The Book of Enoch. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And he took up his parable, and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angels showed me. And from them I heard everything, and from them I understood as I saw, but not for this generation, but for a remote one, which is for to come. Concerning the elect, I said, and took up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal God will tread upon the earth, even on Mount Sinai, and appear from his camp, and appear in the strength of his might from the heaven of heavens. And all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountains shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be wholly rent in sunder, and all that is upon the earth shall perish, and there shall be a judgment upon all men. But with the righteous he will make peace, and will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them. And they shall all belong to God, and they shall all be prospered, and they shall all be blessed. And he will help them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them. And behold, he cometh with 10,000s of his holy ones, to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness, which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, and the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order in each its season, and transgress not against their appointed order. Behold ye the earth, and give heed to the things which take place upon it, from first to last, how steadfast they are, how none of the things upon earth change, but all the works of God appear to you. Behold the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water, and clouds and dew and rain lie upon it. Chapter 3. Observe and see how in the winter all the trees seem as though they had withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees, which do not lose their foliage, but retain the old foliage from 2 to 3 years till the new comes. Chapter 4. And again, observe ye the days of summer, how the sun is above the earth over against it, and you seek shade and shelter by reason of the heat of the sun. And the earth also burns with growing heat, and so you cannot tread on the earth, or on a rock by reason of its heat. Chapter 5. Observe ye how the trees cover themselves with green leaves and bear fruit. Wherefore give ye heed, and know, with regard to all his works, and recognize how he that liveth for ever hath made them so. And all his works go on thus, from year to year, for ever. And all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks, change not. But, according as God hath ordained, so is it done. And behold, how the sea and the rivers, in like manner, accomplish and change not their tasks, from his commandments. But ye have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of the Lord, but ye have turned away and spoken proud and hard words, with your impure mouths against his greatness. O ye hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace. Therefore shall ye execrate your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied in eternal execration, and ye shall find no mercy. In those days ye shall make your names an eternal execration unto all the righteous, and by you shall all who curse, curse, and all the sinners and godless shall imprecate by you. And for you the godless there shall be a curse, and all the godly shall rejoice, and there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every mercy, and peace and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them, a goodly light. And for all of you sinners there shall be no salvation, but on you all shall abide a curse. But for the elect there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. And then there shall be bestowed upon the elect wisdom, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through ungodliness or through pride. But they who are wise shall be humble, and they shall not again transgress, nor shall they sin all the days of their life, nor shall they die of the divine anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their life, and their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace all the days of their life. Chapter 6. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Semyaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him, and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then swear they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200, who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon. And they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Semyaza, their leader; Arakiba, Ramael, Kokabeel, Tamael, Ramael, Danel, Ezekiel, Barakijal, Asael, Armaros, Batarel, Ananel, Zakael, Samsapil, Satarel, Turel, Jumjael, Sarael. These are their chiefs of tens. Chapter 7. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them, and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds, and beasts, and reptiles, and fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. Semyaza taught enchantments and root cuttings; Armaros the resolving of enchantments; Barakijel taught astrology; Kokabel the constellations; Ezekiel the knowledge of the clouds; Arakiel the signs of the earth; Shamsael the signs of the sun; Sarael the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. Chapter 9. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven, and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said to one another, The earth made without inhabitant cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, Bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth unto all the generations of the ages, and thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou. And all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. Thou seest what Azazel has done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Semyaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates, And they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and they have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying, and making their suit to the gates of heaven. And their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And thou knowest all things before they come to pass, and thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them. And thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Chapter 10. Then said the Most High, the Holy and Great One, spake, and sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Go to Noah, and tell him in my name, Hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. And again the Lord said to Raphael, Bind Azazel, hand and foot, cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever, and cover his face that he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire, and heal the earth which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed, and have taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. And to Gabriel said the Lord, Proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication, and the children of the watchers, from amongst men, and cause them to go forth. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of days shall they not have, and no request that they, their fathers, make of thee, shall be granted unto their fathers on their behalf. For they hope to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And the Lord said unto Michael, Go, bind Semyaza, and his associates, who have united themselves with women, so as to defile themselves with them in all their uncleanliness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of their judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is for ever and ever is consummated. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they shall be confined forever. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations. And destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy all wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end, and let the plant of righteousness and truth appear. And it shall prove a blessing. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy for evermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and they shall live till they beget thousands of children. And all the days of their youth and their old age shall they complete in peace. And then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees and be full of blessing. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it. And the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown thereon, each measure of it shall bear 1,000, and each measure of olives shall yield 10 presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all godlessness, all the uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth, destroy from off the earth. All the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration, and shall praise me, and all shall worship me. And the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment, and I will never again send them upon it from generation to generation, and forever. Chapter 11. And in those days I will open the store chambers of blessing, which are in the heaven, so as to send them down upon the earth, over the work and labor of the children of men. And truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the days of the world, and throughout all the generations of men. Chapter 12. Before these things Enoch was hidden, and no one of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him. And his activities had to do with the watchers, and his days were with the holy ones. And I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of majesty, and the King of the ages. And lo, the watchers called me, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, go, declare to the watchers of the heaven, who have left the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. Ye have wrought great destruction on the earth, and ye shall have no peace nor forgiveness of sin. And inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity, but mercy and peace shall ye not attain. Chapter 13. And Enoch went and said, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee, to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because of all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which thou hast shown to men. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from thenceforward they could not speak with him, nor lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins, for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition, and the prayer, in regard to their spirits and their deeds individually, and in regard to their request that they should have forgiveness and length of days. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. I read their petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me. And I saw visions of chastisement, and a voice came bidding me, I tell it to the sons of heaven, and reprimand them. And when I awakened I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together weeping in Abel's jail, which is between Lebanon and Sennacer, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep. And I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the heavenly watchers. Chapter 14. The book of the words of righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision. I saw in my sleep what I will now say with a tongue of flesh, with the breath of my mouth. With the Great One has given to men to converse therewith, and to understand with the heart. And he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom. So hath he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Yea, your petition will not be granted unto you. And from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity, and in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And that previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. And your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me, and the course of the stars and the lightnings sped and hastened me, and the winds in the vision caused me to fly, and lifted me upward, and bore me into heaven. And I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which is built of crystals, and surrounded by tongues of fire, and it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew nigh to a large house which was built of crystals, and the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal, Its ceiling was like the path of the stars and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubim, and their heaven was as clear as water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire, and cold as ice. There were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling got hold upon me. And as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision. And lo, there was a second house greater than the former. And the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings in the path of the stars, and its ceiling also was flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne. Its appearance was as crystal, and the wheels thereof as the shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim. And from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And the great glory sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter and could behold his face by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him, yet he needed no counselor. And the most holy ones who were nigh to him did not leave by, nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling. And the Lord called me with his own mouth, and said to me, Come hither, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the holy ones came to me, and waked me. And he made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face downwards. Approach hither and hear my voice. And go, say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them. You should intercede for men, and not men for you. Wherefore have ye left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons? And though ye were holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you had defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish, therefore have I given them wives, also that they might impregnate them, and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you. For as the spiritual ones of the heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants, who are produced from the spirits and flesh, shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men. And from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger, and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men, and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. Chapter 16. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment, thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment, in which the age shall be consummated, over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now, as to the watchers who have sent thee to intercede for them, who had been aforetime in heaven, say to them, You have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones. And these in the hardness of your hearts you have made known to the women. And through these mysteries women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, you have no peace. Chapter 17. And they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire. And when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to the place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths where were a fiery bow and arrows, and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into the great sea towards the west. I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished them with the whole creation, and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the earth, and the firmament of the heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. I saw the winds of heaven, which turn, and bring the circumference of the sun, and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above. And I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east, and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, one was of colored stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire. And I saw a flaming fire, and beyond these mountains is a region, the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed. And I saw a deep abyss, with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure, alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till that time when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years. And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray, into sacrificing demons as gods. Here shall they stand, till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the ends of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen." So that was chapters 14 through 19. Chapter 20. And these are the names of the holy angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels, who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels, to wit, he that is set over the best part of mankind, and over chaos. Sadakael, one of the holy angels, who is set over the spirits who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who is over paradise and the serpents and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom God set over those who rise. And I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it, like great mountains and burning with fire. Then I said, For what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask, and why art thou eager for the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven, which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years. The time entailed by their sins are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former. And I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there which burnt and blazed. And the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent nor magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, How fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon! Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, Because of this fearful place, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said unto me, This place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be imprisoned forever. And thence I went to another place. Chapter 22. And thence I went to another place, and he showed me in the west another great and high mountain, and of hard rock. And there was in it 4 hollow places, deep, and wide, and very smooth. And there were 4 hollow places in it, deep and wide, and very smooth. 3 of them were dark, and 1 bright. And there was a fountain of water in its midst. And I said, How smooth are these hollow places, and deep and dark to view! Then Raphael answered, one of the holy angels, who was with me, and said unto me, These hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein. Yea, that all the souls of the children of men should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them, till the day of their judgment, until their appointed period, till the great judgment comes upon them. I saw the spirit of a dead man making suit, and his voice went forth to heaven and made suit. And I asked Raphael the angel who was with me, and I said unto him, This spirit which maketh suit, who is it, whose voice goeth forth and maketh suit to heaven? And he answered me, saying, This is the spirit which went forth from Abel, whom his brother Cain slew. And he makes his suit against him till his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of men. Then I asked regarding it, in all the hollow places, Why is one separated from the other? And he answered me, saying, These 3 have been made that the spirits of the dead might be separated. And this division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is the bright spring of water. And this has been made for sinners, when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirits shall be set apart on this great pain, till the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of those who curse forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make disclosures concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made for the spirits of men who were not righteous but sinners, who were complete in transgression, and of the transgressors. They shall be companions, but their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from thence. Then I blessed the Lord of glory, and said, Blessed be my Lord, the Lord of righteousness, who ruleth for ever. Chapter 23. The fire that deals with the luminaries of heaven. From thence I went to another place to the west of the ends of the earth. And I saw a burning fire which ran without resting, and paused not from its course day or night, but ran regularly. And I asked, saying, What is this which rests not? Then Raguel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered me and said unto me, This course of fire which thou hast seen is the fire in the west which persecutes all the luminaries of heaven.
And from thence I went to another place of the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire which burnt day and night. And I went beyond it, and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all differing each from the other, and the stones thereof were magnificent and beautiful, magnificent as a whole, of glorious appearance and fair exterior, 3 towards the east, one founded on the other, and 3 towards the south, one upon the other, and deep rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of a throne. And fragrant trees encircled the throne, and amongst them was a tree such as I have never yet smelt. Neither was any amongst them, nor were others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and wood wither not for ever. And its fruit is beautiful, and its fruit resembles the dates of a palm. Then I said, How beautiful is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms very delightful in appearance. Then answered Michael, one of the holy and honored angels who was with me, and was their leader. And he said unto me, Enoch, why dost thou ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree? And why dost thou wish to learn the truth? Then I answered him, saying, I wish to know about everything, but especially about this tree. And he answered, saying, This high mountain which thou hast seen, whose summit is like the throne of God, is his throne, where the holy great one, the Lord of glory, the eternal King, will sit, when he shall come down to visit the earth with goodness. And as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it till the great judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all, and bring everything to its consummation forever. It shall then be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit shall be for food to the elect. It shall be transplanted to the holy place, to the temple of the Lord, the eternal King. Then shall they rejoice with joy and be glad, and into the holy place shall they enter, and its fragrance shall be in their bones, and they shall live a long life on earth, such as thy fathers lived. And in their days shall no sorrow or plague or torment or calamity touch them. Then blessed I the glory of God, the eternal King, who hath prepared such things for the righteous, and hath created them and promised to give to them. And I went from thence to the middle of the earth, and I saw a blessed place in which there were trees with branches abiding and blooming, of a dismembered tree. And there I saw a holy mountain, and underneath the mountain to the east there was a stream, and it flowed towards the south. And I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it also ran a stream underneath the mountain. And to the west thereof there was another mountain, lower than the former, and of small elevation, and a ravine deep and dry between them. And another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the 3 mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, being formed of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marveled at the rocks, and I marveled at the ravine. Yea, I marveled very much. Then I said, For what object is this blessed land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, This accursed valley is for those who are accursed forever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips against the Lord unseemly words, and of his glory speak hard things. Here shall they be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them the spectacle of righteous judgment, in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the merciful bless the Lord of glory, the eternal King. In the days of judgment over the former, they shall bless him for the mercy in accordance with which he has assigned them their lot. Then I blessed the Lord of glory, and set forth his glory, and lauded him gloriously. Chapter 28. And thence I went towards the east, into the midst of the mountain range of the desert. And I saw a wilderness, and it was solitary, full of trees and plants, and water gushed forth from above. Rushing like a copious watercourse which flowed towards the northwest, it caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. And thence I went to another place in the desert, and approached to the east of this mountain range. And there I saw aromatic trees exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh. And the trees also were similar to the almond tree. Chapter 30. And beyond these I went afar to the east, and I saw another place, a valley full of water, and therein was a tree, the color of fragrant trees such as the mastic. And on the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon, and beyond these I proceeded to the east. And I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and there flowed forth from them nectar, which is named
Sarara and Galbanum.
And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of the earth, whereon were aloe trees, and all the trees were full of stacte, being like almond trees. And when one burnt it, it smelled sweeter than any fragrant odor. Chapter 32. And after these fragrant odors, as I looked towards the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees and cinnamon and pepper. And thence I went over the summits of all these mountains, far towards the east of the earth, and passed above the Erythraean Sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angel Zotiel. And I came to the garden of righteousness. I, and from afar off trees more numerous than I, these trees, and great 2 trees there, very great, beautiful, and glorious, and magnificent, and the tree of knowledge, whose holy fruit they eat, and know great wisdom. That tree is in height like the fir, and its leaves are like those of the carob tree, and its fruit is like the clusters of the vine, very beautiful, and the fragrance of the tree penetrates afar. Then I said, How beautiful is the tree, and how attractive is its look! Then Raphael, the holy angel, who was with me, answered me and said, This is the tree of wisdom, of which thy father old in years and thy aged mother, who were before thee, have eaten. And they learnt wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. Chapter 33. And from thence I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there great beasts, and each differed from the other. And I saw birds also differing in appearance, and beauty and voice, the one differing from the other. And to the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth whereon the heaven rests, and the portals of the heaven open. And I saw how the stars of heaven come forth. And I counted the portals out of which they proceed, and wrote down all their outlets, of each individual star by itself, according to their number and their names, their courses and their positions, and their times and their months, as Uriel, the holy angel who is with me, showed me. He showed all things to me, and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws and their companies. Chapter 34. And from thence I went toward the north to the ends of the earth. And there I saw a great and glorious device at the ends of the whole earth. And here I saw 3 portals of heaven open in the heaven. Through each of them proceed north winds. When they blow there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of one portal they blow for good. But when they blow through the other 2 portals, it is with violence and affliction on the earth, and they blow with violence. Chapter 35. And from thence I went towards the west to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 portals of the heaven, open such as I had seen in the east, the same number of portals and the same number of outlets. Chapter 36. And from thence I went to the south, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the heaven, and thence there came dew, rain, and wind. And from thence I went to the east, to the ends of the heaven, and saw here the 3 eastern portals of heaven open, and small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass the stars of heaven, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I blessed always the Lord of glory. And I continued to bless the Lord of glory, who has wrought great and glorious wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the angels, and to spirits and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might, and praise the great work of his hands, and bless him forever. Chapter 37. Section 2, Chapter 37, The Parables. The second vision which he saw, the vision of wisdom, which Enoch the son of Jared, the son of Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, the son of Enos, the son of Seth, the son of Adam, saw. And this is the beginning of the words of wisdom, which I lifted up my voice to speak, and say to those which dwell on earth. Hear ye, men of old time, and see, ye that come after, the words of the Holy One, which I will speak before the Lord of spirits. It were better to declare them only to the men of old time, but even from those that come after we will not withhold the beginning of wisdom. Till the present day such wisdom has never been given by the Lord of spirits, as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice and recounted them to those that dwell on the earth. The first parable. When the congregation of the righteous shall appear, and sinners shall be judged for their sins, and shall be driven from the face of the earth. And when the righteous one shall appear before the eyes of the righteous, whose elect works hang upon the Lord of spirits. And light shall appear to the righteous and the elect who dwell on the earth. Where then will be the dwelling of the sinners? And where the resting place of those who have denied the Lord of spirits? It had been good for them if they had not been born. When the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, and the sinners judged, and the godless driven from the presence of the righteous and elect, from that time those that possess the earth shall no longer be powerful and exalted, and they shall not be able to behold the face of the holy. For the Lord of spirits has caused his light to appear on the face of the holy, righteous, and elect. Then shall the kings and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and holy. And thenceforward none shall seek for themselves mercy from the Lord of spirits, for their life is at an end. And it shall come to pass in those days that elect and holy children will descend from the high heaven, and their seed will become one with the children of men. And in those days Enoch received books of zeal and wrath, and books of disquiet and expulsion. And mercy shall not be accorded to them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth, and set me down at the end of the heavens. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy, and the resting places of the righteous. Here mine eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous angels, and their resting places with the holy. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men. And righteousness flowed before them as water, and mercy like dew upon the earth. Thus it is amongst them, for ever and ever. And in that place mine eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of faith. And I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness shall prevail in his days. And the righteous and elect shall be without number before him for ever and ever. And all the righteous and elect before him shall be strong as fiery lights, and their mouth shall be full of blessing. And their lips extol the name of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness before him shall never fail, and uprightness shall never fail before him. There I wished to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place. And there heretofore hath been my portion, for so it has been established concerning me before the Lord of spirits. In those days I praised and extolled the name of the Lord of spirits with blessings and praises, because he hath destined me for blessing and glory according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits. For a long time mine eyes regarded that place, and I blessed him and praised him, saying, Blessed is he, and may he be blessed from the beginning and for evermore. And before him there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever, and what will be from generation unto generation. Those who sleep not bless thee. They stand before thy glory and bless, praise, and extol, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of spirits. He filleth the earth with spirits. And here my eyes saw all those who sleep not. They stand before him and bless and say, Blessed be thou, and blessed be the name of the Lord for ever and ever. And my face was changed, for I could no longer behold. And after that I saw thousands of thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning, who stood before the Lord of spirits.
And on the four sides of the Lord of Spirits I saw four presences, different from those that sleep not, and I learnt their names, for the angel that went with me made known to me their names, and showed me all the hidden things. And I heard the voices of those four presences as they uttered praises before the Lord of glory. The first voice blesses the Lord of Spirits for ever and ever. And the second voice I heard blessing the elect one, and the elect ones who hang upon the Lord of Spirits. And the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth, and supplicate in the name of the Lord of Spirits. And I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans, and forbidding them to come before the Lord of Spirits, to accuse them who dwell on the earth. After that I asked the angel of peace who went with me, who showed me everything that is hidden, who are these four presences which I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? And he said to me, this first is Michael, the merciful and long-suffering, and the second, who is set over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, who is set over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is set over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life, is named Phanuel. And these are the four angels of the Lord of Spirits, and the four voices I heard in those days. And after that I saw all the secrets of the heavens, and how the kingdom is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the holy. And mine eyes saw there all the sinners being driven from thence which deny the name of the Lord of Spirits, and being dragged off, they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Lord of Spirits. And there mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightning, and of the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. And there I saw from whence they proceed in that place, and from whence they saturate the dusty earth. And there I saw closed chambers out of which the winds are divided, the chamber of the hail and winds, the chamber of the mist, and of the clouds, and the cloud thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, whence they proceed and whither they come again, in their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit, and they take nothing from it, and they keep faith with each other, in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first the sun goes forth, and traverses his path according to the commandment of the Lord of Spirits, and mighty is his name for ever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon, and she accomplishes the course of her path in that place, by day and by night, the one holding a position opposite to the other before the Lord of Spirits. And they give thanks and praise and rest not, for unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes oft for a blessing or a curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous, and darkness to the sinners in the name of the Lord, who made a separation between the light and the darkness, and divided the spirits of men, and strengthened the spirits of the righteous, in the name of his righteousness. For no angel hinders, and no power is able to hinder. For he appoints a judge for them all, and he judges them all before him. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned her in the heavens. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men, and found no dwelling place. Wisdom returned to her place, and took her seat among the angels. And unrighteousness went forth from her chambers. Whom she sought not she found, and dwelt with them, as rain in a desert, and dew on a thirsty land. And I saw other lightnings and the stars of heaven, and I saw how he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him. And I saw how they are weighed in a righteous balance, according to their proportions of light. I saw the width of their spaces and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning. And I saw their revolution according to the number of the angels, and how they keep faith with each other. And I asked the angel who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, "What are these?" And he said to me, "The Lord of spirits hath showed thee their parabolic meaning. These are the names of the holy who dwell on the earth, and believe in the name of the Lord of spirits for ever and ever." Also other phenomenon I saw in regard to the lightnings, how some of the stars arise and become lightnings, and cannot part with their new form. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the holy ones and the Lord of spirits. And into the heaven they shall not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners, who have denied the name of the Lord of spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day mine elect ones shall sit on the throne of glory, and shall try their works, and their places of rest shall be innumerable. And their souls shall grow strong within them when they see mine elect ones, and those who have called upon my glorious name. Then will I cause mine elect one to dwell among them, and I will transform the heaven, and make it an eternal blessing and light. And I will transform the earth, and make it a blessing. And I will cause mine elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot thereon. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of the earth. And there I saw one who had a head of days, and his head was white like wool. And with him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels. And I asked the angel who went with me and showed me all the hidden things concerning that Son of Man, who he was and whence he was, and why he went with the head of days. And he answered and said unto me, This is the Son of Man, who hath righteousness, with whom dwelleth righteousness, and who revealeth all the treasures of that which is hidden, because the Lord of spirits hath chosen him, and whose lot hath the preeminence before the Lord of spirits in uprightness for ever. And this Son of Man whom thou hast seen shall raise up the kings and the mighty from their seats, and the strong from their thrones, and shall loosen the reins of the strong, and break the teeth of the sinners. And he shall put down the kings from their thrones and kingdoms, because they do not extol and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge whence the kingdom was bestowed upon them. And he shall put down the countenance of the strong, and shall fill them with shame, and darkness shall be their dwelling, and worms shall be their bed. And they shall have no hope of rising from their beds, because they do not extol the name of the Lord of spirits, and raise their hands against the Most High, and tread upon the earth and dwell upon it. And all their deeds manifest unrighteousness, and their power rests upon their riches, and their faith is in the gods, and they deny the name of the Lord of spirits, and they persecute the houses of his congregations, and the faithful who hang upon the name of the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous, and the blood of the righteous from the earth before the Lord of spirits. In those days the holy ones who dwell above in the heavens shall unite with one voice, and supplicate and pray and praise, and give thanks and bless the name of the Lord of spirits, on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, and that the prayer of the righteous may not be in vain before the Lord of spirits, that judgment may be done unto them, and that they may not have to suffer forever. In those days I saw the head of days when he seated himself upon the throne of his glory, and the books of the living were opened before him. And all his host which is in heaven above, and his counselors stood before him. And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered, and the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Lord of spirits. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom. And all the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom. And their dwellings were with the righteous, and holy, and elect. And at that hour that Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of spirits, and his name before the head of days. Yea, before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall. And he shall be the light of the Gentiles, and the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him, and will praise and bless and celebrate with song the Lord of spirits. And for this reason hath he been chosen and hidden before him, before the creation of the world and for evermore. And the wisdom of the Lord of spirits hath revealed him to the holy and righteous. For he hath preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and despised this world of unrighteousness, and have hated all its works and ways in the name of the Lord of spirits. For in his name they are saved. And according to his good pleasure hath it been in regard to their life. In these days downcast in countenance shall the kings of the earth have become, and the strong who possess the land because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction they shall not be able to save themselves. And I will give them over into the hands of mine elect. As straw in the fire, so shall they burn before the face of the holy. As lead in the water shall they sink before the face of the righteous. And no trace of them shall any more be found. And on the day of their affliction there shall be rest on the earth. And before them they shall fall, and not rise again. And there shall be no one to take them with his hand and raise them. For they have denied the Lord of spirits, and his anointed. The name of the Lord of spirits be blessed. For wisdom is poured out like water, and glory faileth not before him for evermore. For he is mighty in all the secrets of righteousness, and unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow, and have no continuance. Because the elect one standeth before the Lord of spirits, and his glory is for ever and ever, and his might unto all generations. And in him dwells the spirit of wisdom, and the spirit which gives insight, and the spirit of understanding and of might, and the spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret things, and none shall be able to utter a lying word before him. For he is the elect one before the Lord of spirits, according to his good pleasure. And in those days a change shall take place for the holy and elect, and the light of days shall abide upon them, and glory and honor shall turn to the holy. On the day of affliction on which evil shall have been treasured up against the sinners, and the righteous shall be victorious in the name of the Lord of spirits. And he will cause the others to witness this, that they may repent, and forgo the works of their hands. They shall have no honor through the name of the Lord of spirits, yet through his name shall they be saved. And the Lord of spirits will have compassion on them, for his compassion is great, and he is righteous also in his judgment. And in the presence of his glory unrighteousness also shall not maintain itself. At his judgment the unrepentant shall perish before him. And from henceforth I will have no mercy on them, saith the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall the earth also give back that which has been entrusted to it. And Sheol also shall give back that which it has received, and hell shall give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one shall arise, and he shall choose the righteous and holy from among them. For the day has drawn nigh that they should be saved. And the elect one shall in those days sit on my throne, and his mouth shall pour forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel. For the Lord of spirits hath given them to him, and hath glorified him. And in those days shall the mountains leap like rams, and the hills also shall skip like lambs satisfied with milk. And the faces of all the angels in heaven shall be lighted up with joy. And the earth shall rejoice, and the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk thereon.
And after those days in that place where I had seen all the visions of that which is hidden, for I had been carried off in a whirlwind, and they had borne me towards the west, there mine eyes saw all the secret things of heaven that shall be, a mountain of iron, and a mountain of copper, and a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the angel who went with me, saying, What things are these which I have seen in secret? And he said unto me, All these things which thou hast seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on the earth. And that angel of peace answered, saying unto me, Wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto thee all the secret things which surround the Lord of spirits. And these mountains which thine eyes have seen, the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these shall be in the presence of the elect one, as wax before the fire, and like the water which streams down from above upon those mountains, and they shall become powerless before his feet. And it shall come to pass in those days that none shall be saved, either by gold or by silver, and none be able to escape. And there shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall be of no service, and shall not be esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. And all these things shall be denied, and destroyed from the surface of the earth, when the elect one shall appear before the face of the Lord of spirits. There mine eyes saw a deep valley with open mouths, and all who dwell on the earth and sea and islands shall bring to him gifts and presents and tokens of homage. But that deep valley shall not become full. And their hands commit lawless deeds, and the sinners devour all whom they lawlessly oppress. Yet the sinners shall be destroyed before the face of the Lord of spirits, and they shall be banished from out the face of his earth, and they shall perish for ever and ever. For I saw all the angels of punishment abiding there, and preparing all the instruments of Satan. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, For whom are they preparing these instruments? And he said unto me, They prepare these for the kings and the mighty of this earth, that they may thereby be destroyed. And after this the righteous and elect one shall cause the house of his congregation to appear. Henceforth there shall be no more hindered in the name of the Lord of spirits. And these mountains shall not stand as the earth before his righteousness, but the hills shall be as a fountain of water, and the righteous shall have rest from the oppression of sinners. And I looked and turned to another part of the earth, and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And they brought the kings and the mighty, and began to cast them into this deep valley. And there mine eyes saw how they made these their instruments, iron chains of immeasurable weight. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, For whom are these chains being prepared? And he said unto me, These are being prepared for the hosts of Azazel, so that they may take them, and cast them into the abyss of complete condemnation. And they shall cover their jaws with rough stones, as the Lord of spirits commanded. And Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and Phanuel shall take hold of them on that great day, and cast them on that day into the burning furnace, that the Lord of spirits may take vengeance on them, for their unrighteousness in becoming subject to Satan, and leading astray those who dwell on the earth. And in those days shall punishment come from the Lord of spirits, and he will open all the chambers of waters which are above the heavens, and of the fountains which are beneath the earth. And all the waters shall be joined with the waters. That which is above the heavens is the masculine, and the water which is beneath the earth is the feminine. And they shall destroy all who dwell on the earth, and those who dwell under the ends of the heavens. And when they have recognized their unrighteousness which they have wrought on the earth, then by these shall they perish. And after that the head of days repented and said, In vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. And he sware by his great name, Henceforth I will not do so to all who dwell on the earth, and I will set a sign in the heaven, and this shall be a pledge of good faith between me and them forever, so long as heaven is above the earth. And this is in accordance with my command. When I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the angels, on the day of tribulation and pain because of this, I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them. saith God, the Lord of spirits. Ye mighty kings who dwell on the earth, ye shall have to behold mine elect one, how he sits on the throne of glory and judges Azazel, and all his associates, and all his hosts in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I saw there the hosts of the angels of punishment going, and they held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, To whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said unto me, To their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast down into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved, and the days of their lives shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not thenceforward be reckoned. And in those days the angels shall return, and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the kings, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread under foot the land of his elect ones. And the land of his elect ones shall be before them a threshing floor and a highway. But the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses, and they shall begin to fight among themselves, and their right hand shall be strong against themselves. And a man shall not know his brother, nor a son his father or his mother, till there be no number of the corpses through their slaughter, and their punishment be not in vain. In those days Sheol shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein, and their destruction shall be at an end. Sheol shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. And it came to pass after this, that I saw another host of wagons, and men riding thereon, and coming on the winds from the east, and from the west to the south. And the noise of their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it. And the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from the one end of heaven to the other, in one day. And they shall all fall down and worship the Lord of spirits. And this is the end of the second parable. And I began to speak the third parable concerning the righteous and elect. Blessed are ye, ye righteous and elect, for glorious shall be your lot. And the righteous shall be in the light of the sun, and the elect in the light of eternal life. The days of their life shall be unending, and the days of the holy without number. And they shall seek the light and find righteousness with the Lord of spirits. There shall be peace to the righteous in the name of the eternal Lord. And after this it shall be said to the holy in heaven, that they should seek out the secrets of righteousness, the heritage of faith. For it has become bright as the sun upon earth, and the darkness is past. And there shall be a light that never endeth, and to a limit, a number of days, they shall not come. For the darkness shall first have been destroyed, and the light established before the Lord of spirits, and the light of uprightness established forever before the Lord of spirits.
In those days mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings and of the lights, and the judgments they execute. And they light for a blessing or a curse, or as the Lord of spirits willeth. And there I saw the secrets of the thunder, and how when it resounds above in the heaven, the sound thereof is heard. And he caused me to see the judgments executed on the earth, whether they be for well-being and blessing, or for a curse according to the word of the Lord of spirits. And after that all the secrets of the lights and lightnings were shown to me, and they lightened for blessing and for satisfying. In the year 500, in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month in the life of Enoch, in that parable I saw how a mighty quaking made the heaven of heavens to quake, and the host of the Most High and the angels, 1,000 thousands and 10,000 times 10,000 were disquieted with a great disquiet. And the head of days sat on the throne of his glory, and the angels and the righteous stood around him. And a great trembling seized me, and a fear took hold of me, and my loins gave way, and dissolved were my reins, and I fell upon my face. And Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up. And when he had raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the commotion and the quaking of the heaven. And Michael said unto me, Why art thou disquieted with such a vision? This day lasted the day of his mercy, and he hath been merciful and long-suffering towards those who dwell on the earth. And when the day and the power and the punishment and the judgment come, which the Lord of spirits hath prepared for those who worship not the righteous law, and for those who deny the righteous judgment, and for those who take his name in vain, that day is prepared. For the elect a covenant, but for sinners an inquisition. When the punishment of the Lord shall rest upon them, it shall rest in order that the punishment of the Lord of spirits may not come in vain, and it shall slay the children with their mothers and the children with their fathers. Afterwards the judgment shall take place according to his mercy and his patience. And on that day were two monsters parted, a female monster named Leviathan, to dwell in the abysses of the ocean over the fountains of the waters. But the male is named Behemoth, who occupied with his breast a waste wilderness named Duodain, on the east of the garden where the elect and righteous dwell, where my grandfather was taken up, the seventh from Adam, the first man whom the Lord of spirits created. And I besought the other angel that he should show me the might of those monsters, how they were parted on one day and cast, the one into the abysses of the sea, and the other unto the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, Thou son of man, herein thou dost seek to know what is hidden. And the other angel who went with me and showed me what was hidden, told me what is first and last in the heaven and the height, and beneath the earth in the depth, and at the ends of the heaven, and on the foundation of the heaven, and the chambers of the winds, and how the winds are divided, and how they are weighed, and how the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and according to the power that it is fitting, and the divisions of the stars according to their names, and how all the divisions are divided, and the thunders according to the places where they fall, and all the divisions that are made among the lightnings that it may lighten, and their hosts that they may at once obey. For the thunder has places of rest which are assigned to it, while it is waiting for its peal. And the thunder and lightning are inseparable, and although not one and undivided, they both go together through the Spirit and separate not. For when the lightning lightens, the thunder utters its voice, and the Spirit enforces a pause during the peal, and divides it equally between them, for the treasury of their peals is like the sand, and each one of them as it peals is held in with a bridle, and turned back by the power of the Spirit, and pushed forward according to the many quarters of the earth. And the spirit of the sea is masculine and strong, and according to the might of his strength he draws it back with a rein, and in like manner it is driven forward and disperses amid all the mountains of the earth. And the spirit of the hoarfrost is his own angel, and the spirit of the hail is a good angel. And the spirit of the snow has forsaken his chambers on account of his strength. There is a special spirit therein, and that which ascends from it is like smoke, and its name is frost. And the spirit of the mist is not united with them in their chambers, but it has a special chamber. For its course is glorious both in light and in darkness, and in winter and in summer, and in its chamber is an angel. And the spirit of the dew has its dwelling at the ends of the heaven, and is connected with the chambers of the rain. And its course is in winter and summer, and its clouds and the clouds of the mist are connected, and the one gives to the other. And when the spirit of the rain goes forth from its chamber, the angels come and open the chamber and lead it out. And when it is diffused over the whole earth, it unites with the water on the earth. And whensoever it unites with the water on the earth, for the waters are for those who dwell on the earth, for they are nourishment for the earth from the Most High, who is in heaven. Therefore there is a measure for the rain, and the angels take it in charge. And these things I saw towards the garden of the righteous. And the angel of peace who is with me said to me, These two monsters, prepared conformably to the greatness of God, shall feed. And I saw in those days how long cords were given to those angels, and how they took to themselves wings and flew, and they went towards the north. And I asked the angel, saying unto him, Why have those angels taken those cords and gone off? And he said unto me, They have gone to measure. And the angel who went with me said unto me, These shall bring the measures of the righteous, and the ropes of the righteous to the righteous, that they may stay themselves on the name of the Lord of spirits for ever and ever. The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect, and those are the measures which shall be given to faith, and which shall strengthen righteousness. And these measures shall reveal all the secrets of the depths of the earth, and those who have been destroyed by the desert, and those who have been devoured by the beasts.
and those who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, that they may return and stay themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before the Lord of spirits, and none can be destroyed. And all who dwell above in the heaven received a command and power and one voice and one light like unto fire. And that one with their first words they blessed, and extolled and lauded with wisdom. And they were wise in utterance and in the spirit of life. And the Lord of spirits placed the elect one on the throne of glory, and he shall judge all the works of the holy above in the heaven. And in the balance shall their deeds be weighed. And when he shall lift up his countenance to judge their secret ways according to the word of the name of the Lord of spirits, and their path according to the way of the righteous judgment of the Lord of spirits, then shall they all with one voice speak and bless, and glorify and extol, and sanctify the name of the Lord of spirits. And he will summon all the host of the heavens, and all the holy ones above, and the host of God, the cherubic, seraphim, and ophanim, and all the angels of power, and all the angels of principalities, and the elect one, and the other powers on the earth, and over the water. On that day shall raise one voice, and bless and glorify, and exalt in the spirit of faith, and in the spirit of wisdom, and in the spirit of patience, and in the spirit of mercy, and in the spirit of judgment, and in the spirit of peace, and in the spirit of goodness, and shall all say with one voice, Blessed is he, and may the name of the Lord of spirits be blessed forever and ever. All who sleep not above in heaven shall bless him. All the holy ones who are in heaven shall bless him, and all the elect who dwell in the garden of life, and every spirit of light who is able to bless and glorify and extol and hallow thy blessed name. And all flesh shall beyond measure glorify and bless thy name forever and ever. For great is the mercy of the Lord of spirits, and he is long-suffering. And all his works and all that he has created, he has revealed to the righteous and elect in the name of the Lord of spirits. And thus the Lord commanded the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, and said, Open your eyes and lift up your horns if you are able to recognize the elect one. And the Lord of spirits seated him on the throne of his glory, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out upon him. And the word of his mouth slays all the sinners, and all the unrighteous are destroyed from before his face. And there shall stand up in that day all the kings and the mighty, and the exalted and those who hold the earth. And they shall see and recognize how he sits on the throne of his glory, and righteousness is judged before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Then shall pain come upon them as on a woman in travail, and she has pain in bringing forth, when her child enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth. And one portion of them shall look on the other, and they shall be terrified, and they shall be downcast of countenance, and pain shall seize them, when they see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory. And the kings and the mighty and all who possess the earth shall bless and glorify and extol him who rules over all, who is hidden. For from the beginning the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect. And the congregation of the elect and holy shall be sown, and all the elect shall stand before him on that day. And all the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces, and worship and set their hope upon that Son of Man, and petition him and supplicate for mercy at his hands. Nevertheless that Lord of spirits will so press them, that they shall hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces shall be filled with shame, and the darkness grow deeper on their faces. And he will deliver them to the angels for punishment, to execute vengeance on them because they have oppressed his children and his elect. And they shall be a spectacle for the righteous and for his elect. They shall rejoice over them, because the wrath of the Lord of spirits resteth upon them. And his sword is drunk with their blood, and the righteous and elect shall be saved on that day. And they shall never thenceforward see the face of the sinners and unrighteous. And the Lord of spirits will abide over them, and with that Son of Man shall they eat, and lie down, and rise up for ever and ever. And the righteous and elect shall have risen from the earth, and cease to be of downcast countenance. And they shall have been clothed with garments of glory, and these shall be the garments of life from the Lord of spirits. And your garments shall not grow old, nor your glory pass away before the Lord of spirits. In those days shall the mighty and the kings who possess the earth implore him to grant them a little respite from his angels of punishment, to whom they were delivered, that they might fall down and worship before the Lord of spirits, and confess their sins before him. And they shall bless and glorify the Lord of spirits, and say, Blessed is the Lord of spirits, and the Lord of kings, and the Lord of the mighty, and the Lord of the rich, and the Lord of glory, and the Lord of wisdom. And splendid in every secret thing is thy power from generation to generation, and thy glory forever and ever. Deep are all thy secrets and innumerable, and thy righteousness is beyond reckoning. We have now learnt that we should glorify and bless the Lord of kings, and him who is king and over all kings. And they shall say, Would that we had rest to glorify and give thanks, and confess our faith before his glory. And now we long for a little rest, but find it not. We follow hard upon, and obtain it not. And light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling place for ever and ever. For we have not believed before him, nor glorified the name of the Lord of spirits, nor glorified our Lord. But our hope was in the scepter of our kingdom and in our glory. And in the day of our suffering and tribulation he saves us not, and we find no respite for confession. That our Lord is true in all his works, and in his judgments and his justice, and his judgments have no respect of persons. And we pass away from before his face on account of our works, and all our sins are reckoned up in righteousness. Now they shall say unto themselves, Our souls are full of unrighteous gain, but it does not prevent us from descending from the midst thereof into the burden of Sheol. And after that their faces shall be filled with darkness, and shame before that Son of Man.
And they shall be driven from his presence, and the sword shall abide before his face in their midst. Thus spake the Lord of spirits. This is the ordinance and judgment with respect to the mighty, and the kings and the exalted, and those who possess the earth before the Lord of spirits. And other forms I saw hidden in that place. I heard the voice of the angel saying, These are the angels who descended to the earth, and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. And in those days Noah saw the earth that it had sunk down, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence and went to the ends of the earth, and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. And Noah said 3 times with an embittered voice, Hear me, hear me, hear me. And I said unto him, Tell me what it is that it is falling out on the earth, that the earth is in such evil plight, and shaken, lest perchance I shall perish with it. And thereupon there was a great commotion on the earth, and a voice was heard from heaven, and I fell on my face. And Enoch my grandfather came and stood by me, and said unto me, Why hast thou cried unto me with a bitter cry and weeping? And a command has gone forth from the presence of the Lord concerning those who dwell on the earth, that their ruin is accomplished, because they have learnt all the secrets of the angels, and all the violence of the Satans, and all their powers, the most secret ones, and all the power of those who practice sorcery, and the power of witchcraft, and the power of those who make molten images, for the whole earth, and how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how soft metal originates in the earth. For lead and tin are not produced from the earth like the first. It is a fountain that produces them, and an angel stands therein, and that angel is preeminent. And after that my grandfather Enoch took hold of me by my hand, and raised me up, and said unto me, Go, for I have asked the Lord of spirits, as touching this commotion on the earth. And he said unto me, Because of their unrighteousness their judgment has been determined upon, and shall not be withheld by me for ever. Because of the sorceries which they have searched out and learnt, the earth and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed. And these they have no place of repentance for ever, because they have shown them what was hidden, and they are the damned. But as for thee, my son, the Lord of spirits knows that thou art pure, and guiltless of this reproach concerning the secrets. And he has destined thy name to be among the holy, and will preserve thee amongst those who dwell on the earth, and has destined thy righteous seed both for kingship and for great honors. And from thy seed shall proceed a fountain of the righteous and holy without number forever. And after that he showed me the angels of punishment, who are to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath in the earth, in order to judgment and destruction on all who abide and dwell on the earth. And the Lord of spirits gave commandment to the angels who were going forth, that they should not rise, but should hold them in check,
for those angels were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. And in those days the word of God came to me, and he said unto me, Noah, thy lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden building, and when they have completed that task I will place my hand upon it, and preserve it, and there shall come forth from it the seed of life, and a change shall set in, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will make fast thy seed before me for ever and ever. And I will spread abroad those who dwell with thee. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be blessed and multiply on the earth in the name of the Lord. And he will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown to me in the west among the mountains of gold, and silver, and iron, and soft metal, and tin. And I saw that valley in which there was a great convulsion, and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place from that fiery molten metal, and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulphur, and it was connected with those waters, and that valley of the angels who had led astray mankind, burned beneath that land. And through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these angels are punished who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth. But those waters shall in those days serve for the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, for the healing of the body, but for the punishment of the spirit. Now their spirit is full of lust, that they may be punished in their body, for they have denied the Lord of spirits, and see their punishment daily, and yet believe not in his name. And in proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit for ever and ever. For before the Lord of spirits none shall utter an idle word, for the judgment shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their body, and deny the Spirit of the Lord. And those same waters will undergo a change in those days, for when those angels are punished in these water springs shall change their temperature, and when the angels ascend, this water of the springs shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying, This judgment wherewith the angels are judged is a testimony for the kings and the mighty who possess the earth, because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the body of the kings and the lust of their body. Therefore they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. And after that my grandfather Enoch gave me the teaching of all the secrets in the book and the parables, which had been given to him. And he put them together for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day Michael answered Raphael and said, The power of the Spirit transports and makes me to tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment of the angels. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed, and before which they melt away? And Michael answered again and said to Raphael, Who is he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose reins are not troubled by this word of judgment that has gone forth upon them, because of those who have thus led them out? And it came to pass when he stood before the Lord of spirits, Michael said thus to Raphael, I will not take their part under the eye of the Lord, for the Lord of spirits has been angry with them because they do as if they were the Lord. Therefore all that is hidden shall come upon them for ever and ever, for neither angel nor man shall have his portion in it, but alone they have received their judgment for ever and ever. And after this judgment they shall terrify, and make them to tremble, because they have shown this to those who dwell on the earth. And behold, the names of those angels, and these are their names, the first of them is Samjaza, the second Artakepha, and the third Armen, the fourth Kokabel, the fifth Turiel, the sixth Rumjal, the seventh Danjal, the eighth Nechiel, the ninth Barakel, the 10th Azazel, the 11th Armaros, the 12th Batarjal, the 13th Busasajal, the 14th Hananel, the 15th Turel, and the 16th Simapaziel. the 17th Jetrel, the 18th Tumael, the 19th Turel, the 20th Rumael, the 21st Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their angels and their names, and their chief ones over hundreds and over fifties and over tens. The name of the first Jachan, that is, the one who led astray all the sons of God, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray through the daughters of men. And the second was named Asbeel. He imparted to the holy sons of God evil counsel, and led them astray so that they defiled their bodies with the daughters of men. And the third was named Gadriel. He it is who showed the children of men all the blows of death. And he led astray Eve, and showed the weapons of death to the sons of men, the shield and the coat of mail, and the sword for battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth, from that day and forevermore. And the fourth was named Penemu. He taught the children of men the bitter and the sweet, and he taught them all the secrets of their wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many sinned from eternity to eternity and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their good faith with pen and ink. For men were created exactly like the angels, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous, and death, which destroys everything, could not have taken hold of them, but through this their knowledge they are perishing, and through this power it is consuming me. And the fifth was named Kasdeja. This is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, and the smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, and the smitings of the soul, the bites of the serpent, and the smitings which befall through the noontide heat, the son of the serpent named Tabaet. And this is the task of Casbeel, the chief of the oath which he showed to the holy ones when he dwelt high above in glory, and its name is Beka. This angel requested Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might enunciate it in the oath, so that those might quake before that name and oath, who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men. And this is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong. And he placed this oath Akai in the hand of Michael. And these are the secrets of his oath, and they are strong through his oath. And the heaven was suspended before the world was created, and forever. And through it the earth was founded upon the water. And from the secret recesses of the mountains come beautiful waters, from the creation of the world and unto eternity. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he set for it the sand against the time of its anger, and it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity. And through that oath are the depths made fast, and abide and stir not from their place from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the sun and moon complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from eternity to eternity. And in like manner the spirits of the water, and of the winds, and of all zephyrs, and their paths from all the quarters of the winds. And there are preserved the voices of the thunder and the light of the lightnings. And there are preserved the chambers of the hail, and the chambers of the hoarfrost, and the chambers of the mist, and the chambers of the rain and the dew. And all these believe and give thanks before the Lord of spirits, and glorify him with all their power. And their food is in every act of thanksgiving. They thank and glorify and extol the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. And this oath is mighty over them, and through it they are preserved, and their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. And there was great joy amongst them, and they blessed and glorified and extolled, because the name of that Son of Man had been revealed unto them. And he sat on the throne of his glory, and the sum of judgment was given unto the Son of Man. And he caused the sinners to pass away and be destroyed from off the face of the earth, and those who have led the world astray. With chains shall they be bound, and in their assemblage place of destruction shall they be imprisoned, and all their works vanish from the face of the earth. And from henceforth there shall be nothing corruptible, for that Son of Man has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his glory, and all evil shall pass away before his face. And the word of that Son of Man shall go forth, and be strong before the Lord of spirits. And it came to pass after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised aloft to that Son of Man, and to the Lord of spirits from amongst those who dwell on the earth. And he was raised aloft on the chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished among them. And from that day I was no longer numbered amongst them. And he set me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the angels took the cords to measure for me the place for the elect and righteous. And there I saw the first fathers and the righteous, who from the beginning dwell in that place. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens, and I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their raiment, and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. And the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness. And he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heaven, and all the chambers of all the stars and all the luminaries, whence they proceed before the face of the holy ones. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens. And I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubic, and ophanim, and these are they who sleep not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw angels who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, encircling that house. And Michael and Raphael and Gabriel and Phanuel, and the holy angels who are above the heavens, go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number. And with them the head of days, his head white and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, with the spirit of power, and blessed and glorified and extolled. And these blessings which went forth out of my mouth were well pleasing before that head of days. And that head of days came with Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of angels without number. And he, the angel, came to me and greeted me with his voice, and said unto me, This is the Son of Man who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him, and the righteousness of the head of days forsakes him not. And he said unto me, He proclaims unto thee peace in the name of the world to come. For from hence has proceeded peace since the creation of the world, and so shall it be unto thee forever and forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsaketh him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage. And they shall not be separated from him for ever and ever and ever. And so there shall be length of days with that Son of Man, and the righteous shall have peace in an upright way, in the name of the Lord of spirits, for ever and ever.
The Book of the Courses of the Heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel, who is with me, who is their guide, showed me. And he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world, and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets, and the moon rises, and sets in these portals. And the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also many windows to the right and left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven, and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal, and shines in the face of the heaven. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth, those 6 portals in the east. And in that fourth portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame, when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period the day becomes longer, and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning. On that day the sun is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that fourth portal, and sets in the fourth, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it, and sets in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts, and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter, and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east, and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal, 1 in 30 mornings, on account of its sign. On that day the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts, and the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east, and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it, and sets 30 mornings. And when 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal, and sets in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal for 1 in 30 mornings, on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day the day is equalized with the night, and becomes of equal length, and the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal, and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and sets in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day till the 30th morning, and the night amounts to exactly 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from the 3rd portal, and sets in the 3rd portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the 2nd portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the 2nd portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from that 2nd portal, and sets in the west in the 2nd portal, and returns to the east in the 1st portal for 1 in 30 mornings, and sets in the 1st portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer, and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun has therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and sets also in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the 2nd portal in the east, and returns on those divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal, and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the 3rd portal for 1 in 30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night arise. Through the course of the sun these distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter, And this is the law and the course of the sun. In his return as often as he returns 60 times and rises, the great luminary which is named the sun for ever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure. And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun, and thus she rises. And her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day together with the sun and the portal where the sun rises. And the one half of her goes forth by a 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half of 1 part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night with the 14 parts, and the half of one of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun. And in her remaining days she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the holy angel, who is the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7th parts accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun, in those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th. She goes forth for 7 days and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moons rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. And all the days which accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364 days. And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days. And the moon falls behind the sun and the stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years she falls 50 days behind. To the sum of 1,770 there is to be added 1,062 days, and in 5 years there are 1,770 days, so that for the moon the days in 8 years amount to 2,832 days. For in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days. All the days she falls behind in 8 years are 80, and the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations, and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which it, the sun, rises, and sets 30 days. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands, who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars,
have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year. And these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service on the world stations. 1 in the first portal, 1 in the third portal of the heaven, 1 in the fourth portal, and 1 in the sixth portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of glory has set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven. In like manner 12 doors Uriel showed me, open in the circumference of the sun's chariot in the heaven, through which the rays of the sun break forth. And from them is warmth diffused over the earth, when they are opened at their appointed seasons, and for the winds and the spirit of the dew when they are opened, standing open in the heavens at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven, at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven, in the east and in the west. There are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window at its appointed season produces warmth, corresponding as these do to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he has commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heaven, running in the world, above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world. And at the ends of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heaven, from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face, the east of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right, the south of the heaven, and 3 on the left, the north. And the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 of the north, and 3 after those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds when they are sent. They bring destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it come forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting, and from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal which lies toward the north come cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them inclining to the east comes forth a hot wind, and through the middle portal next to it there come forth fragrant smells, and dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal lying to the west come forth dew, and rain, locusts, and desolation. And after these the north winds from the 7th portal in the east come dew and rain, locusts, and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction health, and rain, and dew, and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud and hoarfrost, and snow and rain, and dew and locusts. And after these 4 are the west winds through the first portal adjoining the north, the left. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoarfrost, and cold and snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain, and prosperity and blessing. And through the last portal which adjoins the south come forth drought and desolation, and burning and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the heaven are therewith completed, and all their laws, and all their plagues, and all their benefactions have I shown to thee, my son, Methuselah. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first, and the second the south, because the Most High will descend there, yea, there in quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there are all the luminaries of the heaven wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abysses and forests and rivers, and darkness and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth. And thence comes forth hoarfrost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth larger than all the rivers. One of them coming from the west pours its waters into the great sea. And these 2 come from the north, and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own sea, 2 of them to the Erythraean Sea, and 2 into the great sea, and discharge themselves there. 7 great islands I saw in the sea and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland and 5 in the great sea. And the names of the sun are the following: the first Orjares, and the second Thomas. And the moon has 4 names. The first name is Isonia, the second Ebla, the third Benez, and the fourth Erai. These are the 2 great luminaries. Their circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and the size of the circumferences of both is alike. In the circumference of the sun there are 7 portions of light, which are added to it more than to the moon. And in definite measures it is transferred till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. And they set and enter the portals of the west, and make their revolution by the north, and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the heaven. And when the moon rises, 1/14th part appears in the heaven. The light becomes full in her. On the 14th day she accomplishes her light, and 15 parts of light are transferred to her, till the 15th day, when her light is accomplished, according to the sign of the year, and she becomes 15 parts. And the moon grows by the addition of 14th parts. And in her waning the moon decreases on the first day to 14 parts of her light, on the second to 13 parts of light, on the third to 12, on the fourth to 11, on the 5th to 10, on the 6th to 9, on the 7th to 8, on the 8th to 7, on the 9th to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 12th to 3, on the 13th to 2, on the 14th to the half of a 7th, and all her remaining light disappears wholly on the 15th. And in certain months the month has 29 days and once 28. And Uriel showed me another law. When light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun, during all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun, called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night. And the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun. On the side whence the light of the moon comes forth, there again she wanes, till all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty, void of light. And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days, each, in which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time. And in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out she appears for 3 months, and 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time. And in the first portal for 177 days, and in the time of her going out she appears for 3 months of 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears of 29 each. At night she appears like a man for 20 days each time, and by day she appears like the heaven, and there is nothing else in her save her light. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night. And the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun. On the side whence the light of the moon comes forth, there again she wanes till all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty, void of light. And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time. And in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out, she appears for 3 months of 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears of 29 each. And now, my son, I have shown thee everything, and the law of all the stars of the heaven is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season of bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week, and the waning of the moon which takes place in the 6th portal. For in this 6th portal her light is accomplished, and after that there is the beginning of the waning. And the waning which takes place in the 1st portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. She falls behind the sun, in the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which thou seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel the archangel, who is their leader, showed unto me. The perversion of nature and the heavenly bodies owing to the sin of men. And in the days of the sinners the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy on their lands and fields. And all things on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time. And the rain shall be kept back, and the heaven shall withhold. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and shall not grow in their time. And the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time. And the moon shall not alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine more brightly than accords with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. And they shall be altered from all their ways, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. Yea, they shall err, and take them to be gods. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them, so as to destroy all. And he said unto me, Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the heavenly bodies, and read everything which was written thereon, and understood everything, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth, to the remotest generations. And forthwith I blessed the great Lord, the King of glory, forever, and that he has made all the works of the world. And I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 holy ones brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all thy children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave thee with thy son, till thou give us thy last commands, that thou mayest teach thy children and record it for them, and testify to all thy children. And in the 2nd year they shall take thee from their midst. Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulation to one another. But the sinners shall die with the sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostate. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the godless. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world. The charge given to Enoch, the 4 intercalary days, the stars which lead the seasons and the months. And now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting to thee, and writing down for thee, And I have revealed to thee everything, and given thee books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from my father's hand, and see that thou deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to thee and to thy children, and thy children that shall be to thee, that they may give it to their children for generations, this wisdom namely that passeth their thought. And those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom. And it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food. Blessed are all the righteous, blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days in which the sun traverses the heaven, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days with the heads of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the fourth, which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days. Owing to them men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately. For they belong to the reckoning of the year, truly recorded thereon forever, one in the first portal, and one in the third, and one in the fourth, and one in the sixth. And the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries and months and festivals and years and days has Uriel shown and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world hath subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in the heaven to cause the light, to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in their places and in their seasons and festivals and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. The 4 leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 days there are heads over thousands who divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station, but their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year which are ordained: Milkael, Helamelech, and Melejal, and Narel. And the names of those who lead them: Adnarel, Yesusael, and Elomael. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Melchijal raises first and rules, who is named Tam-Ayini, and son. And all the days of his dominion whilst he bears rule are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat and heat and calms, and all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field. But the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Berkael, Zelabzel, and another who is added head of 1,000, called Halujaseph. And the days of the dominion of this leader are at an end. The next leader after him is Helamelech, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the signs of his days on the earth: glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready, and the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields, and the winepress. These things take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gedijal, Kiel, and Hiel, and the name of the head of 1,000, which is added to them, Asphael. And the days of his dominion are at an end. The first dream vision on the deluge. And now, my son Methuselah, I will show thee all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before thee. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first when I was learning to write, the second before I took thy mother, when I saw a terrible vision, and recording them I prayed to the Lord. I had laid me down in the house of my grandfather, Mahalalel, when I saw in a vision how the heaven collapsed and was borne off and fell to the earth. And when it fell to the earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss, and mountains were suspended on mountains, and hills sank down on hills, and high trees were rent from their stems, and hurled down and sunk in the abyss. And thereupon a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up my voice to cry aloud, and said, The earth is destroyed. And my grandfather Mahalalel waked me as I lay near him, and said unto me, Why dost thou cry so, my son? And why dost thou make such lamentation? And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen. And he said unto me, A terrible thing hast thou seen, my son, and of grave moment is thy dream vision as to the secrets of all the sin of the earth. It must sink into the abyss and be destroyed with a great destruction. And now, my son, arise and make petition to the Lord of glory, since thou art a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from heaven all this will come upon the earth, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I arose and prayed and implored and besought, and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world. And I will show everything to thee, my son Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below and seen the heaven, and the sun rising in the east, and the moon setting in the west, and a few stars, and the whole earth, and everything as he had known it in the beginning, then I blessed the Lord of judgment, and extolled him, because he had made the sun go forth from the windows of the east. And he ascended and rose on the face of the heaven, and set out and kept traversing the path shown unto him. And I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the Holy and Great One, and spake with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which God has made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak therewith. And he gave them breath and a tongue and a mouth, that they should speak therewith. Blessed be thou, O Lord King, great and mighty in thy greatness, Lord of the whole creation of the heaven, King of kings and God of the world. And thy power and kingship and greatness abide for ever and ever. And throughout all generations thy dominion, and all the heavens are thy throne for ever, and the whole earth thy footstool for ever and ever. For thou hast made, and thou rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for thee. Wisdom departs not from the place of thy throne, nor turns away from thy presence. And thou knowest and seest and hearest everything, and there is nothing hidden from thee, for thou seest everything. And now the angels of thy heavens are guilty of trespass, and upon the flesh of men abideth thy wrath, until the great day of judgment. And now, O God and Lord and great King, I implore and beseech thee to fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and not destroy all the flesh of men, and make the earth without inhabitant, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, my Lord, destroy from the earth the flesh which has aroused thy wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as plant of the eternal seed. And hide not thy face from the prayer of thy servant, O Lord. The second dream vision of Enoch, the history of the world to the founding of the Messianic kingdom. And after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to thee, my son. And Enoch lifted up his voice, and spake to his son Methuselah. To thee, my son, will I speak. Hear my words, incline thine ear to the dream vision of my father. Before I took thy mother Edna, I saw in a vision on my bed, and behold, a bull came forth from the earth. And that bull, man, was white, and after it came forth a heifer, and along with this latter came forth two bulls, one of them black and the other red. And that black bull gored the red bull, and pursued him over the earth. And thereupon I could no longer see that red bull. But that black bull grew, and that heifer went with him. And I saw that many oxen proceeded from him, which resembled and followed him. And that cow, that first one, went from the presence of that first bull, in order to seek that red one, but found him not, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him.
And I looked till that first bull came to her and quieted her. And from that time onward she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls and black cows. And I saw in my sleep that white bull likewise grow, and become a great white bull. And from him proceeded many white bulls, and they resembled him. And they began to beget many white bulls, which resembled them, one following the other, even many. And again I saw with mine eyes as I slept, and I saw the heavens above, and behold, a star fell from heaven. And it arose and eat and pastured amongst those oxen. And after that I saw the large and the black oxen. And behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision, and looked towards the heaven, and behold, I saw many stars descend, and cast themselves down from heaven to that first star. And they became bulls amongst those cattle, and pastured with them amongst them, the watchers. And I looked at them and saw, and behold, they all let out their privy members like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen, and they all became pregnant and bare elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them, and were affrighted at them, and began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began moreover to devour those oxen. And behold, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other. And the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised mine eyes again to heaven, and I saw in the vision, and behold, there came forth from heaven beings who were like white men. And 4 went forth from that place, and 3 with them. And those 3 that had last come forth grasped me by my hand, and took me up, away from the generations of the earth, and raised me up to a lofty place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said unto me, Remain here till thou seest everything that befalls those elephants, camels, and asses, and the stars and the oxen, and all of them, the punishment of the fallen angels by the archangels. And I saw one of those 4 who had come forth first. And he seized that first star which had fallen from the heaven, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now that abyss was narrow, and deep, and horrible, and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants, and camels, and asses. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And as I was beholding in the vision, lo, one of those 4 who had come forth stoned them from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars, whose privy members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them in an abyss of the earth. And one of those 4 went to that white bull, and instructed him in a secret, without his being terrified. He was born a bull, and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and dwelt thereon. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised mine eyes toward heaven, and saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents thereon. And those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were opened on the surface of that great enclosure. And that water began to swell, and rise upon the surface. And I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness and mist, increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together, until I saw how they sank, and were swallowed up and perished in that water. But that vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, and they were not able to escape, but perished and sank into the depths. And again I saw a vision till those water torrents were removed from that high roof,
and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible. But that vessel settled on the earth, and the darkness retired, and light appeared. But that white bull which had become a man came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls with him, and one of those 3 was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black, and that white bull departed from them.
And they began to bring forth beasts of the field and birds, so that there arose different genera: lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles, and ravens. And among them was born a white bull. And they began to bite one another. But that white bull which was born amongst them begat a wild ass, and a white bull with it. And the wild asses multiplied. But that bull which was born from him begat a wild black boar, and a white sheep. And the former begat many boars, but that sheep begat 12 sheep. And when those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one of them to the asses, and those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves, and that sheep grew up among the wolves. And the Lord brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves. And they multiplied, and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to fear them, and they oppressed them until they destroyed their little ones, and they cast their young into a river of much water. But those sheep began to cry aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain unto their Lord. And a sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled and escaped to the wild asses. And I saw the sheep, how they lamented and cried, and besought their Lord with all their might, till that Lord of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from a lofty abode, and came to them and pastured them. And he called that sheep which had escaped the wolves, and spake with it concerning the wolves, that it should admonish them not to touch the sheep. And the sheep went to the wolves according to the word of the Lord. And another sheep met it, and went with it, and the 2 went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, and spake with them, and admonished them not to touch the sheep from henceforth. And thereupon I saw the wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with all their power. And the sheep cried aloud, and the Lord came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves, and the wolves began to make lamentation. But the sheep became quiet, and forthwith ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep till they departed from amongst the wolves, but the eyes of the wolves were blinded, and those wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep, with all their power. And the Lord of the sheep went with them, as their leader, and all his sheep followed him, and his face was dazzling and glorious and terrible to behold. But the wolves began to pursue those sheep till they reached a sea of water, and that sea was divided, and the water stood on this side and on that before their face. And their Lord led them and placed himself between them and the wolves. And as those wolves did not yet see the sheep, they proceeded into the midst of that sea, and the wolves followed the sheep, and those wolves ran after them into that sea. And when they saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But that sea gathered itself together, and became as it had been created, and the water swelled and rose till it covered those wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued those sheep perished and were drowned. But the sheep escaped from that water and went forth into a wilderness, where there was no water and no grass. And they began to open their eyes and to see. And I saw the Lord of the sheep pasturing them, and giving them water and grass, and that sheep going and leading them. And that sheep ascended to the summit of that lofty rock, and the Lord of the sheep sent it to them. And after that I saw the Lord of the sheep who stood before them, and his appearance was great and terrible and majestic. And all those sheep saw him and were afraid before his face. And they all feared and trembled because of him. And they cried to that sheep with them, which was amongst them, We are not able to stand before our Lord, or to behold him. And that sheep which led them again ascended to the summit of that rock. But the sheep began to be blinded and to wander from the way which he had showed them. But that sheep wot not thereof. And the Lord of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them. And that sheep discovered it, and went down from the summit of the rock, and came to the sheep, and found the greatest part of them blinded and fallen away. And when they saw it, and feared and trembled at its presence, and desired to return to their folds, And that sheep took other sheep with it, and came to those sheep which had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep feared its presence. And thus that sheep brought back those sheep that had fallen away, and they returned to their folds. And I saw in this vision till that sheep became a man, and built a house for the Lord of the sheep, and placed all the sheep in that house. And I saw till this sheep which had met that sheep which led them fell asleep. And I saw till all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place. And they came to a pasture and approached a stream of water. Then that sheep, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them and fell asleep. And all the sheep sought it, and cried over it with a great crying. And I saw till they left off crying for that sheep, and crossed that stream of water. And there arose the two sheep as leaders in the place of those which had led them and fallen asleep. And I saw till the sheep came to a goodly place, and a pleasant and glorious land. And I saw till those sheep were satisfied, and that house stood amongst them in the pleasant land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose, and led them, and brought them all back. And their eyes were opened, and the dogs, and the foxes, and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, till the Lord of the sheep raised up another sheep, a ram from their midst, which led them. And that ram began to butt on either side those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, till he had destroyed them all. And that sheep whose eyes were opened saw that ram, which was amongst the sheep, till it forsook its glory, and began to butt those sheep, and trampled upon them, and behaved itself unseemly. And the Lord of the sheep sent the lamb to another lamb, and raised it to being a ram, and leader of the sheep, instead of that ram which had forsaken its glory. And it went to it, and spake to it alone, and raised it to being a ram, and made it the prince and leader of the sheep. But during all these things those dogs oppressed the sheep. And the first ram pursued that second ram, and that second ram arose and fled before it. And I saw till those dogs pulled down the first ram. And that second ram arose and led the little sheep. And those sheep grew and multiplied. But all the dogs and foxes and wild boars feared and fled before it. And that ram butted and killed the wild beasts. And those wild beasts had no longer any power among the sheep, and robbed them no more of aught. And that ram begat many sheep and fell asleep. And a little sheep became ram in its stead, and became prince and leader of those sheep. And that house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep. And a tower, lofty and great, was built on the house for the Lord of the sheep. And that house was low, but the tower was elevated and lofty. And the Lord of the sheep stood on that tower, and they offered a full table before him. And again I saw those sheep, that they again erred, and went many ways, and forsook that their house. And the Lord of the sheep called some from amongst the sheep, and sent them to the sheep. But the sheep began to slay them. And one of them was saved and was not slain, and it sped away and cried aloud over the sheep. And they sought to slay it, but the Lord of the sheep saved it from the sheep, and brought it up to me, and caused it to dwell there. And many other sheep he sent to those sheep to testify unto them, and lament over them. And after that I saw that when they forsook the house of the Lord, and his tower, they fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded. And I saw the Lord of the sheep, how he wrought much slaughter amongst them in their herds, until those sheep invited that slaughter, and betrayed his place. And he gave them over into the hands of the lions and tigers, and wolves and hyenas, and into the hand of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. And those wild beasts began to tear in pieces those sheep. And I saw that he forsook that their house, and their tower, and gave them all into the hand of the lions, to tear and devour them, into the hand of all the wild beasts. And I began to cry aloud with all my power, and to appeal to the Lord of the sheep, and to represent to him in regard to the sheep, that they were devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it, and rejoiced that they were devoured, and swallowed, and robbed, and left them to be devoured in the hand of all the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep to them, that they might pasture them. And he spake to the shepherds and their companions, Let each individual of you pasture the sheep henceforward, and everything that I shall command you, that do ye. And I will deliver them over unto you duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and them destroy ye. And he gave over unto them those sheep. And he called another and spake unto him, Observe and mark everything that the shepherds will do to those sheep, for they will destroy more of them than I have commanded them. And every excess in the destruction which will be wrought,
through the shepherds, record, namely, how many they destroy according to my command, and how many according to their own caprice. Record against every individual shepherd all the destruction he effects, and read out before me by number how many they destroy, and how many they deliver over for destruction, that I may have this as a testimony against them, and know every deed of the shepherds, that I may comprehend and see what they do, whether or not they abide by my command which I have commanded them. But they shall not know it, and thou shalt not declare it to them nor admonish them, but only record against each individual all the destruction which the shepherds effect, each in his time, and lay it all before me. And I saw till those shepherds pastured in their season, and they began to slay and to destroy more than they were bidden, and they delivered those sheep into the hand of the lions. And the lions and tigers eat and devoured the greater part of those sheep, and the wild boars eat along with them, and they burnt that tower and demolished that house. And I became exceedingly sorrowful over that tower, because that house of the sheep was demolished. And afterwards I was unable to see if those sheep entered that house. And the shepherds and their associates delivered over those sheep to all the wild beasts, to devour them, and each one of them received in his time a definite number. It was written by the other in a book how many each one of them destroyed of them. And each one slew and destroyed many more than was prescribed. And I began to weep and lament on account of those sheep. And thus in the vision I saw that one who wrote, how he wrote down every one that was destroyed by those shepherds, day by day, and carried up and laid down and showed actually the whole book to the Lord of the sheep, even everything that they had done, and all that each one of them had made away with, and all that they had given over to destruction. And the book was read before the Lord of the sheep, and he took the book from his hand and read it, and sealed it and laid it down. And forthwith I saw how the shepherds pastured for 12 hours. And behold, 3 of those sheep turned back and came and entered and began to build up all that had fallen down of that house. But the wild boars tried to hinder them, but they were not able. And they began again to build as before, and they reared up that tower, and it was named the High Tower. And they began again to place a table before the tower. But all the bread on it was polluted and not pure. And as touching all this, the eyes of those sheep were blinded so that they saw not, and the eyes of their shepherds likewise. And they delivered them in large numbers to their shepherds for destruction. And they trampled the sheep with their feet and devoured them. And the Lord of the sheep remained unmoved till all the sheep were dispersed over the field, and mingled with them, the beasts. And they, the shepherds, did not save them out of the hand of the beasts. And this one who wrote the book carried it up, and showed it and read it before the Lord of the sheep, and implored him on their account, and besought him on their account, as he showed him all the doings of the shepherds, and gave testimony before him against all the shepherds. And he took the actual book and laid it down beside him, and departed. Chapter 90. And I saw till that in this manner 35 shepherds undertook the pasturing of the sheep. And they severally completed their periods, as did the first. And others received them into their hands to pasture them for their period, each shepherd in his own period. And after that I saw in my vision all the birds of heaven coming, the eagles, the vultures, the kites, the ravens. But the eagles led all the birds, and they began to devour those sheep, and to pick out their eyes, and to devour their flesh. And the sheep cried out because their flesh was being devoured by the birds. And as for me, I looked and lamented in my sleep over that shepherd who pastured the sheep. And I saw until those sheep were devoured by the dogs, and eagles, and kites. And they left neither flesh nor skin, nor sinew remaining on them, till only their bones stood there, and their bones too fell to the earth. And the sheep became few. And I saw until that 23 had undertaken the pasturing, and completed in their several periods 58 times. But behold, lambs were born by those white sheep, and they began to open their eyes and to see, and to cry to the sheep. Yea, they cried to them, but they did not hearken to what they said to them, but were exceedingly deaf, and their eyes were very exceedingly blinded. And I saw in the vision how the ravens flew upon those lambs, and took one of those lambs, and dashed the sheep in pieces, and devoured them. And I saw till horns grew upon those lambs, and the ravens cast down their horns. And I saw till there sprouted a great horn of one of those sheep, and their eyes were opened, and it looked at them, and their eyes opened, and it cried to the sheep, and the rams saw it, and all ran to it. And notwithstanding, all those eagles, and vultures, and ravens, and kites,
still kept tearing the sheep, and swooping down upon them and devouring them, till the sheep remained silent. But the rams lamented and cried out, and those ravens fought and battled with it, and sought to lay low its horn, but they had no power over it. All the eagles and vultures and ravens and kites were gathered together, and there came with them all the sheep of the field. Yea, they all came together, and helped each other to break that horn of the ram. And I saw till a great sword was given to the sheep, and the sheep proceeded against all the beasts of the field to slay them. And all the beasts and the birds of the heaven fled before their face. And I saw that man who wrote the book according to the command of the Lord, till he opened that book concerning the destruction which those 12 last shepherds had wrought, and showed that they had destroyed much more than their predecessors, before the Lord of the sheep. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep came unto them, and took in his hand the staff of his wrath, and smote the earth, and the earth clave asunder, and all the beasts and all the birds of the heaven fell from among those sheep, and were swallowed up in the earth, and it covered them. And I saw till a throne was erected in a pleasant land, and the Lord of the sheep sat himself thereon. And the other took the sealed books, and opened those books before the Lord of the sheep. And the Lord called those men the 7 first white ones, and commanded that they should bring before him, beginning with the first star which led the way, all the stars whose privy members were like those of horses. And they brought them all before him. And he said to that man who wrote before him, being one of those 7 white ones, and said unto him, Take those 70 shepherds to whom I delivered the sheep, and who taking them on their own authority slew more than I commanded them. And behold, they were all bound, I saw, and they all stood before him. And the judgment was held first over the stars, and they were judged and found guilty, and went to the place of condemnation. And they were cast into an abyss, full of fire and flaming, and full of pillars of fire. And those 70 shepherds were judged and found guilty, and they were cast into that fiery abyss. And I saw at that time how a like abyss was opened in the midst of the earth, full of fire. And they brought those blinded sheep, and they were all judged and found guilty, and cast into this fiery abyss. And they burned. Now this abyss was to the right of that house. And I saw those sheep burning, and their bones burning. And I stood up to see, till they folded up that old house, and carried off all the pillars, and all the beams and ornaments of the house were at the same time folded up with it. And they carried it off, and laid it in a place in the south of the land. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep brought a new house greater and loftier than that first, and set it up in the place of the first which had been folded up. All its pillars were new, and its ornaments were new, and larger than those of the first, the old one which he had taken away, and all the sheep were within it. And I saw all the sheep which had been left, and all the beasts on the earth, and all the birds of the heaven falling down and doing homage to those sheep, and making petition to and obeying them in everything. And thereafter those 3 who were clothed in white, and had seized me by my hand, who had taken me up before, and the hand of that ram also seizing hold of me, they took me up and set me down in the midst of those sheep before the judgment took place. And those sheep were all white, and their wool was abundant and clean. And all that had been destroyed and dispersed, and all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of the heaven, assembled in that house. And the Lord of the sheep rejoiced with great joy, because they were all good, and had returned to his house. And I saw till they laid down that sword which had been given to the sheep, and they brought it back into the house, and it was sealed before the presence of the Lord. And all the sheep were invited into that house, but it held them not. And the eyes of them all were opened, and they saw the good, and there was not one among them that did not see. And I saw that that house was large and broad and very full. And I saw that a white bull was born, with large horns, and all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of the air feared him, and made petition to him all the time. And I saw till all their generations were transformed, and they all became white bulls. And the first among them became a lamb, and that lamb became a great animal, and had great black horns on its head. And the Lord of the sheep rejoiced over it, and over all the oxen. And I slept in their midst, and I awoke and saw everything. This is the vision which I saw while I slept. And I awoke and blessed the Lord of righteousness, and gave him glory. Then I wept with a great weeping, and my tears stayed not till I could no longer endure it, when I saw they flowed on account of what I had seen. For everything shall come and be fulfilled, and all the deeds of men in their order were shown, to me. On that night I remembered the first dream, and because of it I wept, and was troubled because I had seen that vision.
Book of Enoch, chapter 92, section 5. The book, this is the follow-up, it's just after the end of the course of the heavenly luminaries. And reading directly from the scripture, we begin with verse 1, chapter 92, verse 1. The book written by Enoch for all my children who shall dwell on the earth, and for the future generation who shall observe uprightness and peace. Let not your spirit be troubled on account of the times. For the Holy and Great One has appointed days for all things, and the righteous one shall arise from sleep, and walk in the paths of righteousness, and all his path and conversation shall be in eternal goodness and grace. He will be gracious to the righteous, and give him eternal uprightness. And he will give him power so that he shall be endowed with goodness and righteousness, and he shall walk in eternal light. And sin shall perish in darkness forever, and shall no more be seen from that day forevermore. And now, my son Methuselah, call to me all thy brothers, and gather together to me all the sons of thy mother, for the word calls me, and the Spirit is poured out upon me, that I may show you everything that shall befall you forever. And thereupon Methuselah went, and summoned to him all his brothers, and assembled his relatives. And he spake unto all the children of righteousness, and said, Hear ye, sons of Enoch, all the words of your father, and hearken aright to the voice of my mouth. For I exhort you, and say unto you, beloved, love uprightness, and walk therein, and draw not nigh to uprightness with a double heart, and associate not with those of a double heart, but walk in righteousness, my sons, and it shall guide you on good paths, and righteousness shall be your companion. For I know that violence must increase on the earth, and a great judgment be executed on the earth. Yea, it shall be cut off from its roots, and its whole structure be destroyed. And unrighteousness shall again be consummated on the earth, and all the deeds of unrighteousness and of violence and transgression shall prevail in a twofold degree. And when sin and unrighteousness and blasphemy and violence and all kinds of deeds increase, and apostasy and transgression and uncleanness increase, a great chastisement shall come from heaven upon all these. And the Holy Lord will come forth with wrath and chastisement, to execute judgment on earth. In those days violence shall be cut off from its roots, and the roots of unrighteousness together with deceit, and they shall be destroyed from under heaven. And all the idols of the heathen shall be abandoned, and the temples burned with fire, and they shall remove them from the whole earth. And they, i.e. the heathen, shall be cast into the judgment of fire, and shall perish in wrath and in grievous judgment forever. And the righteous shall arise from their sleep, and wisdom shall arise, and be given unto them. And after that the roots of unrighteousness shall be cut off, and the sinner shall be destroyed by the sword, shall be cut off from the blasphemers in every place, and those who plan violence, and those who commit blasphemy, shall perish by the sword. And now I tell you, my sons, and show you the paths of righteousness and the paths of violence. Yea, I will show them to you again, that ye may know what will come to pass. And now hearken unto me, my sons, and walk in the paths of righteousness, and walk not in the paths of violence. For all who walk in the paths of unrighteousness shall perish forever. And after that Enoch both gave and began to recount from the books. And Enoch said, Concerning the children of righteousness, and concerning the elect of the world, and concerning the plant of uprightness, I will speak these things. Yea, I Enoch will declare them unto you, my sons, according to that which appeared to me in the heavenly vision, and which I have known through the word of the holy angels, and have learnt from the heavenly tablets. And Enoch began to recount from the books, and said, I was born the 7th in the 1st week, while judgment and righteousness still endured. And after me there shall arise in the 2nd week great wickedness, and deceit shall have sprung up. And in it there shall be the first end.
and in it a man shall be saved. And after it is ended, unrighteousness shall grow up, and a law shall be made for the sinners. And after that, in the 3rd week at its close, a man shall be elected as the plant of righteous judgment, and his posterity shall become the plant of righteousness for evermore. And after that, in the 4th week, at its close, visions of the holy and righteous shall be seen, and a law for all generations, and an enclosure shall be made for them. And after that, in the 5th week, at its close, the house of glory and dominion shall be built forever. And after that, in the 6th week, all who live in it shall be blinded, and the hearts of all them shall godlessly forsake wisdom, and in it a man shall ascend. And at its close the house of dominion shall be burnt with fire, and the whole race of the chosen root shall be dispersed. And after that, in the 7th week, shall an apostate generation arise, and many shall be its deeds, and all its deeds shall be apostate. And at its close shall be elected the elect righteous of the eternal plant of righteousness, to receive sevenfold instruction concerning all his creation. For who is there of all the children of men that is able to hear the voice of the Holy One without being troubled? And who can think his thoughts? And who is there that can behold all the works of heaven? And how should there be one who could behold the heaven? And who is there that could understood the things of heaven, and see a soul or a spirit, and could tell thereof, or ascend, and see all their ends, and think them, or do like them? And who is there, of all men, that could know what is the breadth and the length of the earth, and to whom has been shown the measure of all of them? Or is there any one who could discern the length of the heaven, and how great is its height, and upon what it is founded, and how great is the number of the stars, and where all the luminaries rest? And after that there shall be another, the 8th week, that of righteousness. And a sword shall be given to it, that a righteous judgment may be executed on the oppressors, and sinners shall be delivered into the hands of the righteous. And at its close they shall acquire houses through their righteousness, and a house shall be built for the great King in glory for evermore. And all mankind shall look to the path of uprightness. And after that, in the 9th week, the righteous judgment shall be revealed to the whole world, and all the works of the godless shall vanish from all the earth, and the world shall be written down for destruction. And after this, in the 10th week, in the 7th part, there shall be the great eternal judgment, in which he will execute vengeance amongst the angels. And the first heaven shall depart and pass away, and a new heaven shall appear. And all the powers of the heavens shall give sevenfold light. And after that there will be many weeks without number forever. And all shall be in goodness and righteousness, and sin shall no more be mentioned forever. And now I say unto you, my sons, love righteousness and walk therein. For the paths of righteousness are worthy of acceptation, but the paths of unrighteousness shall suddenly be destroyed and vanish. And to certain men of a generation shall the paths of violence and of death be revealed, and they shall hold themselves afar from them, and shall not follow them. And now I say unto you the righteous, walk not in the paths of wickedness, nor in the paths of death, and draw not nigh to them, lest ye be destroyed. But seek and choose for yourselves righteousness and an elect life, and walk in the paths of peace, and ye shall live and prosper. And hold fast my word in the thoughts of your hearts, and suffer them not to be effaced from your hearts. For I know that sinners will tempt men to evilly entreat wisdom, so that no place may be found for her, and no manner of temptation may minish. Woe to those who build unrighteousness and oppression, and lay deceit as a foundation, for they shall be suddenly overthrown, and they shall have no peace. Woe to those who build their houses with sin, for from all their foundations shall they be overthrown, and by the sword shall they fall. and those who acquire gold and silver in judgment suddenly shall perish. Woe to you, ye rich, for ye have trusted in your riches, and from your riches shall ye depart, because ye have not remembered the Most High in the days of your riches. Ye have committed blasphemy and unrighteousness, and have become ready for the day of slaughter, and the day of darkness, and the day of the great judgment. Thus I speak and declare unto you, he who hath created you will overthrow you, and for your fall there shall be no compassion, and your Creator will rejoice at your destruction. And you righteous ones in those days shall be the reproach to the sinners and the godless. Oh, that mine eyes were a cloud of waters, that I might weep over you, and pour down my tears as a cloud of waters, that so I might rest from my trouble of heart. Who has permitted you to practice reproaches and wickedness, and so judgment shall overtake you, sinners? Fear not the sinners, ye righteous, for again will the Lord deliver them into your hands, that ye may execute judgment upon them according to your desires. Woe to you who fulminate anathemas which cannot be reversed. Healing shall therefore be far from you because of your sins. Woe to you who requite your neighbor with evil, for ye shall be requited according to your works. Woe to you, lying witnesses, and to those who weigh out injustice, for suddenly shall ye perish. Woe to you, sinners, for ye persecute the righteous, for ye shall be delivered up and persecuted because of injustice, and heavy shall its yoke be upon you. Be hopeful, ye righteous, for suddenly shall the sinners perish before you, and ye shall have lordship over them according to your desires. And in the day of the tribulation of the sinners, your children shall mount and rise as eagles, and higher than the vultures will be your nest, and ye shall ascend and enter the crevices of the earth, and the clefts of the rock forever as conies before the unrighteous. And the sirens shall sigh because of you, and weep. Wherefore fear not, ye that have suffered, for healing shall be your portion, and a bright light shall enlighten you, and the voice of rest ye shall hear from heaven. Woe unto you, ye sinners, for your riches make you appear like the righteous, but your hearts convict you of being sinners. And this fact shall be a testimony against you for a memorial of your evil deeds. Woe to you who devour the finest of the wheat, and drink wine in large bowls, and tread under foot the lowly with your might. Woe to you who drink water from every fountain, for suddenly shall ye be consumed and wither away, because ye have forsaken the fountain of life. Woe to you who work unrighteousness, and deceit, and blasphemy. It shall be a memorial against you for evil. Woe to you, ye mighty, who with might oppress the righteous. For the day of your destruction is coming. In those days many and good days shall come to the righteous in the day of your judgment. Believe, ye righteous, that the sinners will become a shame, and perish in the day of unrighteousness. Be it known unto you, ye sinners, that the Most High is mindful of your destruction, and the angels of heaven rejoice over your destruction. What will ye do, ye sinners? And whither will ye flee on that day of judgment, when ye hear the voice of the prayer of the righteous? Yea, ye shall fare like unto them, against whom this word shall be a testimony. Ye have been companions of sinners, and in those days the prayer of the righteous shall reach unto the Lord, and for you the days of your judgment shall come, and all the words of your unrighteousness shall be read out before the great Holy One, and your faces shall be covered with shame. And he will reject every work which is grounded on unrighteousness. Woe to you, ye sinners, who live on the mid-ocean and on the dry land, whose remembrance is evil against you. Woe to you who acquire silver and gold in unrighteousness, and say, We have become rich with riches and have possessions, and have acquired everything we have desired. And now let us do what we purposed, for we have gathered silver, And many are the husbandmen in our houses, and our granaries are brim full as with water. Yea, and like water your lives shall flow away, for your riches shall not abide, but speedily ascend from you. For ye have acquired it all in unrighteousness, and ye shall be given over to a great curse. And now I swear unto you, to the wise and to the foolish, for ye shall have manifold experiences on the earth. For ye men shall put on more adornments than a woman, and colored garments more than a virgin, in royalty and in grandeur and in power, and in silver and in gold and in purple, and in splendor and in food they shall be poured out as water. Therefore they shall be wanting in doctrine and wisdom, and they shall perish thereby together with their possessions, and with all their glory and their splendor, and in shame and in slaughter and in great destitution. Their spirits shall be cast into the furnace of fire. I have sworn unto you, ye sinners, as a mountain has not become a slave, and a hill does not become the handmaid of a woman. Even so sin has not been sent upon the earth, but man of himself has created it, and under a great curse shall they fall who commit it. And barrenness has not been given to the woman, but on account of the deeds of her own hands she dies without children. I have sworn unto you, ye sinners, by the Holy Great One, that all your evil deeds are revealed in the heavens, and that none of your deeds of oppression are covered and hidden. And do not think in your spirit nor in your heart, that ye do not know and that ye do not see, that every sin is every day recorded in heaven in the presence of the Most High. From henceforth ye know that all your oppression wherewith ye oppress is written down every day till the day of your judgment. Woe to you, ye fools! For through your folly shall ye perish, and ye transgress against the wise. And so good hap shall not be your portion. And now know ye that ye are prepared for the day of destruction. Wherefore do not hope to live, ye sinners, but ye shall depart and die. For ye know no ransom. For ye are prepared for the day of the great judgment, for the day of tribulation and great shame for your spirits. Woe to you, ye obstinate of heart, who work wickedness and eat blood. Whence have ye good things to eat and to drink and to be filled? From all the good things which the Lord the Most High has placed in abundance on the earth. Therefore ye shall have no peace. Woe to you who love the deeds of unrighteousness. Wherefore do ye hope for good hap unto yourselves? Know that ye shall be delivered into the hands of the righteous, and they shall cut off your necks and slay you, and have no mercy upon you. Woe to you who rejoice in the tribulation of the righteous, for no grave shall be dug for you. Woe to you who set at naught the words of the righteous, for ye shall have no hope of life. Woe to you who write down lying and godless words, for they write down their lies that men may hear them and act godlessly towards their neighbor. Therefore they shall have no peace, but die a sudden death. Woe to you who work godlessness, and glory in lying and extol them. Ye shall perish, and no happy life shall be yours. Woe to them who pervert the words of uprightness, and transgress the eternal law, and transform themselves into what they were not. They shall be trodden under foot upon the earth. In those days make ye ready, ye righteous, to raise your prayers as a memorial, and place them as a testimony before the angels, that they may place the sin of the sinners for a memorial before the Most High. In those days the nations shall be stirred up, and the families of the nations shall arise on the day of destruction. And in those days the destitute shall go forth, and carry off their children, and they shall abandon them, so that their children shall perish through them. Yea, they shall abandon their children that are still sucklings, and not return to them, and shall have no pity on their beloved ones. And again I swear to you, ye sinners, that sin is prepared for a day of unceasing bloodshed, and they who worship stones, and grave images of gold and silver, and wood and stone and clay, and those who worship impure spirits and demons, and all kinds of idols not according to knowledge, shall get no manner of help from them. And they shall become godless by reason of the folly of their hearts, and their eyes shall be blinded through the fear of their hearts, and through visions in their dreams. Through these they shall become godless and fearful, for they shall have wrought all their work in a lie, and shall have worshipped a stone. Therefore in an instant shall they perish. But in those days blessed are all they who accept the words of wisdom, and understand them, and observe the paths of the Most High, and walk in the path of his righteousness, and become not godless with the godless, for they shall be saved. Woe to you who spread evil to your neighbors, for you shall be slain in Sheol. Woe to you who make deceitful and false measures, and to them who cause bitterness on the earth, for they shall thereby be utterly consumed. Woe to you who build your houses through the grievous toil of others, and all their building materials are the bricks and stones of sin. I tell you, ye shall have no peace. Woe to them who reject the measure and eternal heritage of their fathers, and whose souls follow after idols, for they shall have no rest. Woe to them who work unrighteousness and help oppression, and slay their neighbors until the day of the great judgment. For he shall cast down your glory, and bring affliction on your hearts, and shall arouse his fierce indignation, and destroy you all with the sword. And all the holy and righteous shall remember your sins. And in those days in one place the fathers together with their sons shall be smitten, and brothers one with another shall fall in death, till the streams flow with their blood. For a man shall not withhold his hand from slaying his sons, and his sons' sons, and the sinner shall not withhold his hand from his honored brother. From dawn till sunset they shall slay one another, and a horse shall walk up to the breast in the blood of sinners, and the chariot shall be submerged to its height. In those days the angels shall descend into the secret places, and gather together into one place all those who brought down sin. And the Most High will arise on that day of judgment, to execute great judgment amongst sinners. And over all the righteous and holy he will appoint guardians from amongst the holy angels, to guard them as the apple of an eye, until he makes an end of all wickedness and all sin. And though the righteous sleep a long sleep, they have naught to fear. And then the children of the earth shall see the wise in security, and shall understand all the words of this book, and recognize that their riches shall not be able to save them in the overthrow of their sins. Woe to you, sinners, on the day of strong anguish! Ye who afflict the righteous and burn them with fire, ye shall be requited according to your works. Woe to you, ye obstinate of heart, who watch in order to devise wickedness! Therefore shall fear come upon you, and there shall be none to help you. Woe to you, ye sinners, on account of the words of your mouth, and on account of the deeds of your hands which your godlessness has wrought. In blazing flames burning worse than fire shall ye burn. And now know ye that from the angels he will inquire as to your deeds in heaven, from the sun and from the moon and from the stars in reference to your sins, because upon the earth ye execute judgment on the righteous. And he will summon to testify against you every cloud and mist, and dew and rain, for they shall all be withheld because of you from descending upon you, and they shall be mindful of your sins. And now give presents to the rain, that it be not withheld from descending upon you, nor yet the dew, when it has received gold and silver from you, that it may descend. When the hoarfrost and snow with their chilliness, and all the snowstorms with all their plagues fall upon you, in those days ye shall not be able to stand before them. Observe the heaven, ye children of heaven, and every work of the Most High, and fear ye him, and work no evil in his presence. If he closes the windows of heaven, and withholds the rain and the dew from descending on the earth on your account, what will ye do then? And if he sends his anger upon you because of your deeds, ye cannot petition him, for ye spake proud and insolent words against his righteousness. Therefore ye shall have no peace. And see ye not the sailors of the ships, how their ships are tossed to and fro by the waves, and are shaken by the winds, and are in sore trouble? And therefore do they fear, because all their goodly possessions go upon the sea with them. And they have evil forebodings of heart that the sea will swallow them, and they will perish therein. Are not the entire sea and all its waters, and all its movements, the work of the Most High? And has he not set limits to its doings, and confined it throughout by the sand? And at his reproof it is afraid and dries up, and all its fish die, and all that is in it. But ye sinners that are on the earth fear him not. Has he not made the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein? Who has given understanding and wisdom to everything that moves on the earth and in the sea? Do not the sailors of the ships fear the sea? Yet sinners fear not the Most High. In those days, when he hath brought a grievous fire upon you, whither will ye flee, and where will ye find deliverance? And when he launches forth his word against you, will you not be affrighted and fear? And all the luminaries shall be affrighted with great fear, and all the earth shall be affrighted, and tremble, and be alarmed. And all the angels shall execute their commands, and shall seek to hide themselves from the presence of the great glory. And the children of earth shall tremble and quake, and ye sinners shall be cursed for ever, and ye shall have no peace. Fear ye not, ye souls of the righteous, and be hopeful, ye that have died in righteousness. And grieve not if your soul into Sheol has descended in grief, and that in your life your body fared not according to your goodness. But wait for the day of the judgment of sinners, and for the day of cursing and chastisement. And yet when ye die, the sinners speak over you. As we die, so die the righteous. And what benefit do they reap for their deeds? Behold, even as we, so do they die in grief and darkness. And what have they more than we? From henceforth we are equal. And what will they receive, and what will they see forever? Behold, they too have died, and henceforth forever shall they see no light. I tell you, ye sinners, ye are content to eat and drink, and rob and sin, and strip men naked, and acquire wealth, and see good days. Have ye seen the righteous how their end falls out, that no manner of violence is found in them till their death? Nevertheless they perished, and became as though they had not been, and their spirits descended into Sheol in tribulation. Now therefore I swear to you, the righteous, by the glory of the great and honored, and mighty one in dominion, and by his greatness I swear to you, I know a mystery, and have read the heavenly tablets, and have seen the holy books, and have found written therein and inscribed regarding them, that all goodness and joy and glory are prepared for them, and written down for the spirits of those who have died in righteousness, and that manifold good shall be given to you in recompense for your labors, and that your lot is abundantly beyond the lot of the living. And the spirits of you who have died in righteousness shall live and rejoice, and their spirits shall not perish, nor their memorial from before the face of the Great One, unto all the generations of the world. Wherefore no longer fear their contumely. Woe to you, ye sinners, when ye have died, if ye die in the wealth of your sins. And those who are like you say regarding you, Blessed are the sinners, they have seen all their days. And how they have died in prosperity and in wealth, and have not seen tribulation or murder in their life. And they have died in honor, and judgment has not been executed on them during their life. Know ye that their souls will be made to descend into Sheol, and they shall be wretched in their great tribulation, and into darkness and chains and a burning flame, where there is grievous judgment, shall your spirits enter, and the great judgment shall be for all the generations of the world. Woe to you, for ye shall have no peace. Say not in regard to the righteous and good who are in life, In our troubled days we have toiled laboriously and experienced every trouble, and met with much evil and been consumed, and have become few, and our spirit small. And we have been destroyed and have not found any to help us even with a word. We have been tortured and destroyed, and not hope to see life from day to day. We hope to be the head and have become the tail. We have toiled laboriously and had no satisfaction in our toil. And we have become the food of the sinners and the unrighteous, and they have laid their yoke heavily upon us. They have had dominion over us that hated us and smote us. And to those that hated us we have bowed our necks, but they pitied us not. We desired to get away from them, that we might escape and be at rest, but found no place whereunto we should flee and be safe from them. And are complained to the rulers in our tribulation, and cried out against those who devoured us. But they did not attend to our cries, and would not hearken to our voice. And they helped those who robbed us, and devoured us, and those who made us few, and they concealed their oppression. And they did not remove from us the yoke of those that devoured us, and dispersed us, and murdered us. And they concealed their murder, and remembered not that they had lifted up their hands against us. I swear unto you, that in heaven the angels remember you for good, before the glory of the Great One, and your names are written before the glory of the Great One. Be hopeful, for aforetime ye were put to shame through ill and affliction, but now ye shall shine as the lights of heaven. Ye shall shine, and ye shall be seen, and the portals of heaven shall be opened to you. And in your cry for judgment, and it shall appear to you. For all your tribulation shall be visited on the rulers, and on all who help those who plundered you. Be hopeful, and cast not away your hopes, for ye shall have great joy as the angels of heaven. What shall ye be obliged to do? Ye shall not have to hide on the day of the great judgment, and ye shall not be found as sinners. And the eternal judgment shall be far from you for all the generations of the world. And now fear not, ye righteous, when ye see the sinners growing strong and prospering in their ways, be not companions with them, but keep afar from their violence, for ye shall become companions of the hosts of heaven. And although ye sinners say, all our sins shall not be searched out and be written down, nevertheless they shall write down all your sins every day. And now I show unto you that light and darkness, day and night. See all your sins. Be not godless in your hearts, and lie not, and alter not the words of uprightness, nor charge with lying the words of the Holy Great One, nor take account of your idols. For all your lying and all your godlessness issue not in righteousness, but in great sin. And now I know this mystery, that sinners will alter and pervert the words of righteousness in many ways, and will speak wicked words, and lie, and practice great deceits, and write books concerning their words. But when they write down truthfully all my words in their languages, and do not change or diminish aught from my words, but write them all down truthfully, all that I first testified concerning them, then I know another mystery, that books will be given to the righteous and the wise to become a cause of joy and uprightness and much wisdom. And to them shall the books be given, and they shall believe in them and rejoice over them. And then shall all the righteous who have learnt therefrom all the paths of uprightness be recompensed. In those days the Lord bade them to summon and testify to the children of earth concerning their wisdom. Show it unto them, for ye are their guides, and a recompense over the whole earth. For I and my Son will be united with them forever in the paths of uprightness in their lives, and ye shall have peace. Rejoice, ye children of uprightness. Amen. Fragment of the Book of Noah. And after some days my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow, and red as the blooming of a rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. And when he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very bright. And thereupon he arose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with the Lord of righteousness. And his father Lamech was afraid of him, and fled, and came to his father Methuselah. And he said unto him, I have begotten a strange son, diverse from and unlike man, and resembling the sons of the God of heaven. And his nature is different, and he is not like us, and his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me that he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that in his days a wonder may be wrought on the earth. And now, my father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is amongst the angels. And when Methuselah heard the words of his son, he came to me to the ends of the earth, for he had heard that I was there. And he cried aloud, and I heard his voice, and I came to him. And I said unto him, Behold, here I am, my son. Wherefore hast thou come to me? And he answered and said, Because of a great cause of anxiety have I come to thee, and because of a disturbing vision have I approached. And now, my father, hear me. Unto Lamech my son there hath been born a son, the like of whom there is none. And his nature is not like man's nature, and the color of his body is whiter than snow, and redder than the bloom of a rose. And the hair of his head is whiter than white wool, and his eyes are like the rays of the sun. And he opened his eyes, and thereupon lighted up the whole house. And he arose in the hands of the midwife, and opened his mouth, and blessed the Lord of heaven. And his father Lamech became afraid, and fled to me, and did not believe that he was sprung from him, but that he was in the likeness of the angels of heaven. And behold, I have come to thee that thou mayest make known to me the truth. And I, Enoch, answered and said unto him, The Lord will do a new thing on the earth, and this I have already seen in a vision, and make known to thee that in the generation of my father Jared some of the angels of heaven transgressed the word of the Lord. And behold, they committed sin and transgressed the law, and have united themselves with women and commit sin with them, and have married some of them, and have begot children by them. And they shall produce on the earth giants, not according to the Spirit, but according to the flesh. And there shall be a great punishment on the earth, and the earth shall be cleansed from all impurity. Yea, there shall come a great destruction over the whole earth, and there shall be a deluge, and a great destruction for 1 year. And this son who has been born unto you shall be left on the earth, and his 3 children shall be saved with him. When all mankind that are on the earth shall die, he and his sons shall be saved. And now make known to thy son Lamech that he who has been born is in truth his son, and call his name Noah, for he shall be left to you, and he and his sons shall be saved from the destruction, which shall come upon the earth on account of all the sin and all the unrighteousness, which shall be consummated on the earth in his days. And after that there shall be still more unrighteousness than that which was first consummated on the earth. For I know the mysteries of the holy ones. For he, the Lord, has showed me and informed me, and I have read in the heavenly tablets. And I saw written upon them that generation upon generation shall transgress, till a generation of righteousness arises, and transgression is destroyed, and sin passes away from the earth, and all manner of good comes upon it. And now, my son, go, and make known to thy son Lamech that this son, which has been born, is in truth his son, and that this is no lie. And when Methuselah had heard the words of his father Enoch, for he had shown to him everything in secret, he returned and showed them to him, and called the name of that son Noah, for he will comfort the earth after all the destruction. Another book which Enoch wrote for his son Methuselah, and for those who will come after him, and keep the law in the last days. Ye who have done good shall wait for those days till an end is made of those who work evil, and an end of the might of the transgressors. And wait ye indeed till sin has passed away, for their names shall be blotted out of the book of life, and out of the holy books, and their seed shall be destroyed for ever, and their spirit shall be slain, and they shall cry and make lamentation in a place that is a chaotic wilderness, and in the fire shall they burn, for there is no earth there. And I saw there something like an invisible cloud, for by reason of its depth I could not look over. And I saw a flame of fire blazing brightly, and things like shining mountains circling and sweeping to and fro. And I asked one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto him, What is this shining thing? For it is not a heaven, but only the flame of a blazing fire, and the voice of weeping and crying and lamentation and strong pain. And he said unto me, This place, which thou seest here, are cast the spirits of sinners and blasphemers, and of those who work wickedness, and of those who pervert everything that the Lord has spoken through the mouth of the prophets, even the things that shall be. For some of them are written and inscribed above in the heaven, in order that the angels may read them and know that which shall befall the sinners, and the spirits of the humble, and of those who have afflicted their bodies and been recompensed by God, and of those who have been put to shame by wicked men, who love God and love neither gold nor silver nor any of the good things which are in the world, but gave over their bodies to torture, who, since they came into being, longed not after earthly food, but regarded everything as a passing breath, and lived accordingly. And the Lord tried them much, and their spirits were found pure, so that they should bless his name. And all the blessings destined for them I have recounted in the books, and he hath assigned them their recompense, because they have been found to be such as loved heaven more than their life in the world. And though they were trodden under foot of wicked men, and experienced abuse and reviling from them, and were put to shame, yet they blessed me. And now I will summon the spirits of the good, who belong to the generation of light, and I will transform those who were born in darkness, who in the flesh were not recompensed with such honor as their faithfulness deserved. And I will bring forth in shining light those who have loved my holy name, and I will seat each on the throne of his honor, and they shall be resplendent for times without number. For righteousness is the judgment of God. For to the faithful he will give faithfulness in the habitation of upright paths, and they shall see those who were born in darkness led into darkness, while the righteous shall be resplendent, and the sinners shall cry aloud and see them resplendent, and they indeed will go where days and seasons are prescribed for them.
Enoch, the Book of Enoch, by Rabbi Ishmael ben Elisha, the High Priest. Chapter 1, Introduction. Our Ishmael ascends. Our Ishmael ascends to heaven to behold the vision of the Merkabah, and is given in charge to Metatron. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Genesis 5:24. Rabbi Ishmael said, When I ascended on high to behold the vision of the Merkabah, and had entered the 6 halls, one within the other, as soon as I reached the door of the 7th hall, I stood still in prayer before the Holy One, blessed be he, and, lifting up my eyes on high, towards the divine majesty, I said, Lord of the universe, I pray thee that the merit of Aaron, the son of Amram, the lover of peace and pursuer of peace, who received the crown of priesthood from thy glory on the Mount of Sinai, be valid for me in this hour, so that Kaphsiel, the prince, and the angels with him may not get power over me, nor throw me down from the heavens. Forthwith the Holy One, blessed be he, sent me to Metatron, his servant, Ebed, the angel, the prince of the presence. And he, spreading his wings, with great joy came to meet me, so as to save me from their hand. And he took me by his hand in their sight, saying to me, Enter in peace before the high and exalted kings, and behold the picture of the Merkabah. Then I entered the 7th hall, and he led me to the camps of Shekinah, and placed me before the Holy One, blessed be he, to behold the Merkabah. As soon as the princes of the Merkabah and the flaming seraphim perceived me, they fixed their eyes upon me. Instantly trembling and shuddering seized me, and I fell down, and was benumbed by the radiant image of their eyes, and the splendid appearance of their faces, until the Holy One, blessed be he, rebuked them, saying, My servants, my seraphim, my cherubim, and my Ophanim, cover ye your eyes before Ishmael my son, my friend, my beloved one, and my glory, that he tremble not nor shudder. Forthwith Metatron, the prince of the presence, came, and restored my spirit, and put me upon my feet. After that moment there was not in me strength enough to say a song before the throne of glory of the glorious King, the mightiest of all kings, the most excellent of all princes, until after the hour had passed. After 1 hour, the Holy One, blessed be he, opened to me the gates of Shekinah, the gates of peace, the gates of wisdom, the gates of strength, the gates of power, the gates of speech, dibur, the gates of song, the gates of kedusha, the gates of chant. And he enlightened my eyes and my heart by words of psalm, song, praise, exaltation, thanksgiving, extolment, glorification, hymn, and eulogy. And as I opened my mouth, uttering a song before the Holy One, blessed be he, the holy Chayoth beneath him and above the throne of glory answered and said, Holy and blessed be the glory of Yahweh from his place. So chanted the Kedusha. Chapter 2. The highest classes of angels make inquiries about Rabbi Ishmael, which are answered by Metatron. Rabbi Ishmael said, In that hour the eagles of the Merkabah, the flaming Ophanim, and the seraphim of consuming fire asked Metatron, saying to him, Youth, why sufferest thou one born of woman to enter and behold the Merkabah? From which nation, from which tribe is this one? What is his character? Metatron answered and said to them, From the nation of Israel, whom the Holy One, blessed be he, chose for his people from among 70 tongues. From the tribe of Levi, whom he set aside as a contribution to his name. And from the seed of Aaron, whom the Holy One, blessed be he, did choose for his servant, and put upon him the crown of priesthood on Sinai. Forthwith they spake and said, Indeed, this one is worthy to behold the Merkabah. And they said, Happy is the people that is in such a case. Chapter 3. Metatron has 70 names, but God calls him Youth. Rabbi Ishmael said, In that hour I asked Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, What is thy name? He answered me, I have 70 names, corresponding to the 70 tongues of the world, and all of them are based upon the name of Metatron, angel of the presence. But my king calls me Youth, Na'ar. Chapter 4. Metatron is identical with Enoch, who is translated to heaven at the time of the deluge. I asked Metatron and said to him, Why art thou called by the name of thy Creator, by 70 names? Thou art greater than all the princes, higher than all the angels, beloved more than all the servants, honored above all the mighty ones in kingship, greatness, and glory. Why do they call thee Youth in the high heavens? He answered and said to me, Because I am Enoch, the son of Jared. For when the generation of the flood sinned and were confounded in their deeds, saying unto God, Depart from us, for we desire not the knowledge of thy ways. Job 11:14. Then the Holy One, blessed be he, removed me from their midst to be a witness against them in the high heavens, to all the inhabitants of the world, that they may not say, The merciful one is cruel. What sinned all those multitudes, their wives, their sons, and their daughters, their horses, their mules, and their cattle, and their property, and all the birds of the world, all of which the Holy One, blessed be he, destroyed from the world together with them in the waters of the flood? Hence the Holy One, blessed be he, lifted me up in their lifetime before their eyes to be a witness among them to the future world. And the Holy One, blessed be he, assigned me for a prince and a ruler among the ministering angels. In that hour 3 of the ministering angels, Uzzah, Azza, and Azael, came forth and brought charges against me in the high heavens, saying before the Holy One, blessed be he, Said not the ancient ones, first ones, rightly before thee, Do not create man? The Holy One, blessed be he, answered and said unto them, I have made and I will bear, yea, I will carry and will deliver. From Isaiah, XLVI 4. As soon as they saw me, they said before him, Lord of the universe, what is this one, that he should ascend to the height of heights? Is not he one from among the sons of those who perished in the days of the flood? What doeth he in the Rekia? Again the Holy One, blessed be he, answered and said to them, What are ye, that ye enter and speak in my presence? I delight in this one more than in all of you, and hence he shall be a prince and a ruler over you in the high heavens. Forthwith all stood up and went out to meet me, prostrated themselves before me, and said, Happy art thou, and happy is thy father, for thy Creator doth favor thee. And because I am small, and a youth among them in days, months, and years, therefore they call me youth, Na'ar. Chapter 5. The idolatry of the generation of Enoch causes God to remove the Shekinah from earth. The idolatry inspired by Uzzah, and Azael. Our Ishmael said, Metatron, the prince of the presence, said to me, From the day when the Holy One, blessed be he, expelled the first Adam from the Garden of Eden and onwards, Shekinah was dwelling upon a cherub under the tree of life. And the ministering angels were gathering together, and going down from heaven in parties, from the Rekia in companies, and from the heavens in camps to do his will in the whole world. And the first man and his generation were sitting outside the gate of the garden, to behold the radiant appearance of the Shekinah. For the cylinder of the Shekinah traversed the world from one end to the other, with a splendor 365,000 times that of the globe of the sun. And everyone who made use of the splendor of the Shekinah, on him no flies and no gnats did rest. Neither was he ill, nor suffered he any pain. No demons got power over him, neither were they able to injure him. When the Holy One, blessed be he, went out and went in, from the garden to Eden, from Eden to the garden to Rekia, and from Rekia to the Garden of Eden, then all and everyone beheld the splendor of his Shekinah, and they were not injured. Until the time of the generation of Enoch, who was the head of all idol worshippers of the world. And what did the generation of Enoch do? They went from one end of the world to the other, and each one brought silver, gold, precious stones, and pearls in heaps like unto mountains, and hills, making idols out of them throughout all the world. And they erected the idols in every quarter of the world. The size of each idol was 1,000 parasangs. And they brought down the sun, the moon, planets, and constellations, and placed them before the idols on their right hand and on their left, to attend them even as they attend the Holy One. Blessed be he, as it is written. 1 Kings 22:19. And all the host of heaven was standing by him on his right hand and on his left. What power was in them that they were able to bring them down? They would not have been able to bring them down but for Uzzah, and Azael, who taught them sorceries, whereby they brought them down and made use of them. In that time the ministering angels brought charges against them before the Holy One, blessed be he, saying before him, Master of the world, what hast thou to do with the children of men? As it is written in Psalm 8:4, What is man, Enoch, that thou art mindful of him? Mach Adam is not written here, but Mach Enoch, for he Enoch is the head of the idol worshippers. What hast thou left the highest of the high heavens, the abode of thy glorious name, and the high and exalted throne in Araboth Rekia, in the highest, and art gone and dwellest with the children of men who worship idols, and equal thee to the idols. Now thou art on earth, and the idols likewise. What hast thou to do with the inhabitants of the earth who worship idols? Forthwith the Holy One, blessed be he, lifted up his Shekinah from the earth, from their midst. In that moment came the ministering angels, the troops of hosts and the armies of Araboth in 1,000 camps and 10,000 hosts. They fetched trumpets and took the horns in their hands, and surrounded the Shekinah with all kinds of songs. And he ascended to the high heavens, as it is written, Psalm XLVII 5. God is gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Chapter 6. Enoch lifted up to heaven, together with the Shekinah. Angels' protests answered by God. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, When the Holy One, blessed be he, desired to lift me up on high, he first sent Anaphiel, H equals tetragrammaton. He first sent Anaphiel, the prince, and he took me from their midst in their sight, and carried me in great glory upon a fiery chariot with fiery horses, servants of glory, and he lifted me up to the high heavens together with the Shekinah. As soon as I reached the high heavens, the holy Kioth, the Ophanim, the Seraphim, the Cherubim, the wheels of the Merkabah, the Galgalim, And the ministers of the consuming fire, perceiving my smell from a distance of 365,000 myriads of parasangs, said, What smell of one born of woman, and what taste of a white drop is this that ascends on high? And lo, he is merely a gnat among those who divide flames of fire. The Holy One, blessed be he, answered and spake unto them, My servants, my hosts, my cherubim, my Ophanim, my seraphim, be ye not displeased on account of this? Since all the children of men have denied me and my great kingdom, and are gone worshipping idols, I have removed my Shekinah from among them, and have lifted it up on high. But this one whom I have taken from among them is an elect one, among the inhabitants of the world, and he is equal to all of them in faith, righteousness, and perfection of deed, and I have taken him for as a tribute from my world under all the heavens. Chapter 7. Enoch raised upon the wings of the Shekinah to the place of the throne, their Merkabah, and the angelic hosts. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, When the Holy One, blessed be he, took me away from the generation of the flood, he lifted me on the wings of the wind of Shekinah to the highest heaven, and brought me into the great palaces of the Araboth Rekia, on high, where are the glorious throne of Shekinah, their Merkabah, the troops of anger, the armies of vehemence, the fiery Shin Anim, the flaming cherubim, and the burning Ophanim, the flaming servants, the flashing Chasmatim, and the lightning seraphim. And he placed me there to attend the throne of glory, day after day. Chapter 8. The gates of the treasuries of heaven opened to Metatron. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the prince of the presence, said to me, Before he appointed me to attend the throne of glory, the Holy One, blessed be he, opened to me 300,000 gates of understanding, 300,000 gates of subtlety, 300,000 gates of life, 300,000 gates of grace and loving kindness, 300,000 gates of love, 300,000 gates of Torah, 300,000 gates of meekness, 300,000 gates of maintenance, 300,000 gates of mercy, 300,000 gates of fear of heaven. In that hour the Holy One, blessed be he, added in me wisdom unto wisdom, understanding unto understanding, subtlety unto subtlety, knowledge unto knowledge, mercy unto mercy, instruction unto instruction, love unto love, loving kindness unto loving kindness, goodness unto goodness, meekness unto meekness, power unto power, strength unto strength, might unto might, brilliance unto brilliance, beauty unto beauty, splendor unto splendor. And I was honored and adorned with all these good and praiseworthy things, more than all the children of heaven. Chapter 9. Enoch receives blessings from the Most High and is adorned with angelic attributes. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the prince of the presence, said to me, After all these things the Holy One, blessed be he, put his hand upon me and blessed me with 5,360 blessings. And I was raised and enlarged to the size of the length and width of the world. And he caused 72 wings to grow on me, 36 on each side, and each wing was as the whole world. And he fixed on me 365 eyes, each eye was as the great luminary. And he left no kind of splendor, brilliance, radiance, beauty in and of all the lights of the universe that he did not fix on me. Chapter 10. God places Metatron on a throne at the door of the seventh hall, and announces through the herald that Metatron henceforth is God's representative and ruler over all the princes of kingdoms and all the children of heaven, save the 8 high princes called Yahweh by the name of their king. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the prince of the presence, said to me, All these things the Holy One, blessed be he, made for me. He made me a throne, similar to the throne of glory, and he spread over me a curtain of splendor and brilliant appearance, of beauty, grace, and mercy, similar to the curtain of the throne of glory, and on it were fixed all kinds of lights in the universe. And he placed it at the door of the seventh hall, and seated me on it. And the herald went forth into heaven, saying, This is Metatron, my servant. I have made him into a prince and a ruler over all the princes of my kingdoms, and over all the children of heaven, except the 8 great princes, the honored and revered ones who are called Yahweh by the name of their king. And every angel and every prince who has a word to speak in my presence before me shall go into his presence before him, and shall speak to him instead. And every command that he utters to you in my name do ye observe and fulfill. For the Prince of Wisdom and the Prince of Understanding have I committed to him to instruct him in the wisdom of heavenly things and of earthly things, in the wisdom of this world and of the world to come. Moreover, I have set him over all the treasuries of the palace of Araboi, and over all the stores of life that I have in the high heavens. Chapter 11. God reveals all mysteries and secrets to Metatron. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, Henceforth the Holy One, blessed be he, revealed to me all the mysteries of Torah, and all the secrets of wisdom, and all the depths of the perfect law, and all living beings' thoughts of heart, and all the secrets of the universe, and all the secrets of creation were revealed unto me, as they are revealed unto the Maker of creation. And I watched intently to behold the secrets of the depth, and a wonderful mystery. Before a man did think in secret, I saw it, and before a man did a thing, I beheld it. And there was no thing on high, nor in the deep hidden from me. Chapter 12. God clothes Metatron in a garment of glory, puts a royal crown on his head, and calls him the Lesser Yahweh. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the prince of the present, said to me, By reason of the love with which the Holy One, blessed be he, loved me more than all the children of heaven, he made me a garment of glory on which were fixed all kinds of lights, and he clad me in it. And he made me a robe of honor on which were fixed all kinds of beauty, splendor, brilliance, and majesty. And he made me a royal crown in which were fixed 49 costly stones, like unto the light of the globe of the sun. For its splendor went forth in the 4 quarters of the Araboth Rekia, and in through the 7 heavens, and in the 4 quarters of the world, and he put it on my head. And he called me the Lesser Yahweh in the presence of all his heavenly household, as it is written, Exodus 23:21, For my name is in him. Chapter 13. God writes with a flaming style on Metatron's crown the cosmic letters by which heaven and earth were created. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, the glory of all heavens, said to me, Because of the great love and mercy with which the Holy One, blessed be he, loved and cherished me more than all the children of heaven, he wrote with his ringer, with a flaming style, upon the crown on my head the letters by which were created heaven and earth, the seas and rivers, the mountains and hills, the planets and constellations, the utnings, winds, earthquakes and voices, thunders, the snow and hail, the storm wind and the tempest, the letters by which were created all the needs of the world and all the orders of creation. And every single letter sent forth time after time, as it were lightnings, time after time as it were torches, time after time as it were flames of fire, time after time rays like as the rising of the sun, and the moon and the planets. Chapter 14. All the highest princes, the elementary angels, and the planetary and sideric angels fear and tremble at the sight of Metatron crowned. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, When the Holy One, blessed be he, put this crown on my head, then trembled before me all the princes of kingdoms who are in the height of Araboth Rekia, and all the hosts of every heaven, and even the princes of the Elim, the princes of the Elim, and the princes of the Tafsarim, who are greater than all the ministering angels who minister before the throne of glory, shook, feared, and trembled before me when they beheld me. Even Samael, the prince of the accusers, who is greater than all the princes of kingdoms on high, feared and trembled before me. And even the angel of fire, and the angel of hail, and the angel of the wind, and the angel of the lightning, and the angel of anger, and the angel of the thunder, and the angel of the snow, and the angel of the rain, and the angel of the day, and the angel of the night, and the angel of the sun, and the angel of the moon, and the angel of the planets, and the angel of the constellations who rule the world under their hands, feared and trembled and were affrighted before me when they beheld me. These are the names of the rulers of the world: Gabriel, the angel of the fire; Baradiel, the angel of the hail; Rukiel, who is appointed over the wind; Barakiel, who is appointed over the lightnings; Zaamiel, who is appointed over the vehemence; Zekiel, who is appointed over the sparks; Zeel, who is appointed over the commotion; Zdaphiel, who is appointed over the storm wind; Raamiel, who is appointed over the thunders; Retashiel, who is appointed over the earthquake; Shalgael, who is appointed over the snow; Matariel, who is appointed over the rain; Shimshael, who is appointed over the day; Laeliel, who is appointed over the night; Galgaliel, who is appointed over the globe of the sun; Ophaniel, who is appointed over the globe of the moon; Kokbiel, who is appointed over the planets; Rahatiel, who is appointed over the constellations. And they all fell prostrate when they saw me, and they were not able to behold me because of the majestic glory and beauty of the appearance of the shining light of the crown of glory upon my head. Chapter 15. Metatron transformed into fire. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, the glory of all heavens, said to me, as soon as the Holy One, blessed be he, took me in his service to attend the throne of glory and the wheels Galgalim of the Merkabah and the needs of Shekinah, forthwith my flesh was changed into flames, my sinews into flaming fire, my bones into coals of burning juniper, the light of my eyelids into splendor of lightnings, my eyeballs into firebrands, the hair of my head into dot flames, all my limbs into wings of burning fire, and the whole of my body into glowing fire. And on my right were divisions 6 of fiery flames. On my left firebrands were burning, round about me storm wind and tempest were blowing, and in front of me and behind me was roaring of thunder with earthquake. Fragment of Ascension of Moses. Rabbi Ishmael said to me Metatron, the prince of the presence and the prince over all the princes, and he stands before him who is greater than all the Elohim. And he goes in under the throne of glory, and he has a great tabernacle of light on high. And he brings forth the fire of deafness and puts it into the ears of the holy Kayath, that they may not hear the voice of the word, Dubur, that goes forth from the mouth of the divine majesty. And when Moses ascended on high, he fasted 121 fasts, till the habitations of the Kashmal were opened to him. And he saw the heart within the heart of the lion, and he saw the innumerable companies of the hosts around about him, and they desired to burn him. But Moses prayed for mercy, first for Israel, and after that for himself. And he who sitteth on the Merkabah opened the windows that are above the heads of the cherubim. And a host of 1,800 advocates, and the prince of the presence, Metatron, with them went forth to meet Moses. And they took the prayers of Israel, and put them as a crown on the head of the Holy One, blessed be he. And they said, in Deuteronomy 6:4, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And their face shone and rejoiced over Shekinah. And they said to Metatron, What are these? And to whom do they give all this honor and glory? And they answered, To the glorious Lord of Israel. And they spake, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. To whom shall be given abundance of honor and majesty but to thee, Yahweh, the divine majesty, the King, living and eternal? In that moment spake Akatriel, Yahod Sabaoth, and said to Metatron, the prince of the presence, Let no prayer that he prayeth before me return to him void. Hear thou his prayer, and fulfill his desire, whether it be great or small. Forthwith Metatron, the prince of the presence, said to Moses, Son of Amram, fear not, for now God delights in thee. And ask thou thy desire of the glory and majesty, for thy face shines from one end of the world to the other. But Moses answered him, I fear lest I bring guiltiness upon myself. Metatron said to him, Receive the letters of the oath, in which there is no breaking the covenant, which precludes any breach of the covenant. Chapter 16, Part 1. Probably additional. So what this means is that this is carrying forth into what is called the Jewish Midrash. or the Hebrew Midrash, meaning that there's nothing wrong with this story. It's probably 100% correct technically. However, it's admitted and known that it was just written by a person using the knowledge that they had at the time of the heavens to divide and devise the plans of the heavens, or of whatever. In this particular portion, it's about the heavens because it's about Enoch, and it's about the earth and the heavens. But in other ones, it would be whatever they could figure out based on the prose that they already have. It's not scripture. It's not directly the word of God given to someone. It's someone else's figuring out and placing it into a story. So, continuing on. Chapter 16. Metatron, divested of his privilege of presiding on a throne of his own, on account of Acre's or Acher's misapprehension in taking him for a second divine power. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, the glory of all heaven, said to me, At first I was sitting upon a great throne at the door of the seventh hall, and I was judging the children of heaven, the household on high by authority of the Holy One, blessed be he. And I divided greatness, kingship, dignity, rulership, honor and praise, and diadem and crown of glory unto all the princes of kingdoms while I was presiding, or sitting in the celestial court, the Yeshiba. And the princes of kingdoms were standing before me, on my right and on my left, by authority of the Holy One, blessed be he. But when Acher came to behold the vision of the Merkabah, and fixed his eyes on me, he feared and trembled before me, and his soul was affrighted even unto departing from him, because of fear, horror, and dread of me, when he beheld me sitting upon a throne like a king, with all the ministering angels standing by me as my servants, and all the princes of kingdoms adorned with crowns surrounding me. In that moment he opened his mouth and said, Indeed, there are two divine powers in heaven. Forthwith Bath Kol, the divine voice, went forth from heaven, from before the Shekinah, and said, Return, ye backsliding children, except Acher. Jeremiah 3:22. Then came Aniel, the prince, the honored, glorified, beloved, wonderful, revered, and fearful one, in commission from the Holy One, blessed be he, and gave me 60 strokes with lashes of fire, and made me stand on my feet. Chapter 17. The princes of the seven heavens, of the sun, moon, planets, and constellations, and their suites of angels. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, the glory of all heaven, said to me, 7 are the princes, the great, beautiful, revered, wonderful, and honored ones who are appointed over the 7 heavens. And these are they: Michael, Gabriel, Shakakiel, Barakiel, Bad-Ariel, Pakrael. And every one of them is the prince of the host of one heaven, and each one of them is accompanied by 496,000 myriads of ministering angels. Mikael, the great prince, is appointed over the 7th heaven, the highest one, which is in the Araboth. Gabriel, the prince of the host, is appointed over the 6th heaven, which is in Macon. Shatakiel, prince of the host, is appointed over the 5th heaven, which is in Maon. Shahakiel, prince of the host, is appointed over the 4th heaven, which is in Zebul. Bad Ariel, prince of the host, is appointed over the 3rd heaven, which is in Shehakim. Barakiel, prince of the host, is appointed over the 2nd heaven, which is in the height of Merom, Rekia. Pazrael, prince of the host, is appointed over the 1st heaven, which is in Wylon, which is in Shamayim. Under them is Galgaliel, the prince who is appointed over the globe, Galgal of the sun, and with him are 96 great and honored angels, who moved the sun in Rakia. Under them is Ophaniel, the prince who is set over the globe, or the Ophari of the moon, and with him are 88 angels, who move the globe of the moon 354,000 parasangs every night, at the time when the moon stands in the east at its turning point. And when is the moon sitting in the east at its turning point? Answer, in the 15th day of every month. Under them is Rahatiel, the prince who was appointed over the constellations, and he is accompanied by 72 great and honored angels. And why is he called Rahatiel? Because he makes the stars run, Marhit, in their orbits, and courses 339,000 parasangs every night, from the east to the west, and from the west to the east. For the Holy One, blessed be he, has made a tent for all of them, for the sun, the moon, the planets and the stars in which they travel at night from the west to the east. Under them is Kokabeel, the prince who is appointed over all the planets, and with him are 365,000 myriads of ministering angels, great and honored ones who move the planets from city to city and from province to province in the rakia of heavens. And over them are 72 princes of kingdoms, on high, corresponding to the 72 tongues of the world. And all of them are crowned with royal crowns, and clad in royal garments, and wrapped in royal cloaks. And all of them are riding on royal horses, and they are holding royal scepters in their hands. And before each one of them, when he is traveling in Rekia, royal servants are running with great glory and majesty, even as on earth. They, princes, are traveling in chariots, with horsemen and great armies, and in glory and greatness with praise, song, and honor. Chapter 18. The order of the ranks of angels, and the homage received by the higher ranks from the lower ones. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, the glory of all heaven, said to me, the angels of the first heaven, whenever they see their prince, they dismount from their horses and fall on their faces. And the prince of the first heaven, when he sees the prince of the second heaven, he dismounts, removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And the prince of the second heaven, when he sees the prince of the third heaven, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And the prince of the third heaven, when he sees the prince of the fourth heaven, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And the prince of the fourth heaven, when he sees the prince of the fifth heaven, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And the prince of the fifth heaven, when he sees the prince of the sixth heaven, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And the prince of the sixth heaven, when he sees the prince of the seventh heaven, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And the prince of the seventh heaven, when he sees the 72 princes of kingdoms, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And the 72 princes of kingdoms, when they see the doorkeepers of the first hall and the Araboth Rekia in the highest, they remove the royal crown from their head and fall on their faces. And the doorkeepers of the first hall, when they see the doorkeepers of the second hall, they remove the crown of glory from their head and fall on their faces. And the doorkeepers of the second hall, when they see the doorkeepers of the third hall, they remove the crown of glory from their head and fall on their faces. And the doorkeepers of the third hall, when they see the doorkeepers of the fourth hall, they remove the crown of glory from their head and fall on their faces. And the doorkeepers of the fourth hall, when they see the doorkeepers of the fifth hall, they remove the crown of glory from their head and fall on their faces. And the doorkeepers of the fifth hall, when they see the doorkeepers of the sixth hall, they remove the crown of glory from their head and fall on their faces. And the doorkeepers of the sixth hall, when they see the doorkeepers of the seventh hall, they remove the crown of glory from their head and fall on their faces. And the doorkeepers of the seventh hall, when they see the 4 great princes, the honored ones, who are appointed over the 4 camps of Shekinah, they remove the crowns of glory from their head and fall on their faces. And the 4 great princes, when they see Tag-Az, the prince, great and honored with song and praise at the head of all the children of heaven, they remove the crown of glory from their head and fall on their faces. And Tag-Az, the great and honored prince, when he sees Baratael, the great prince of 3 fingers in the height of Araboth, the highest heaven, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Baratael, the great prince, when he sees Hammon, the great prince, the fearful and honored, pleasant and terrible one, who maketh all the children of heaven to tremble, when the time draweth nigh that is set for the saying of the thrice holy, as it is written in Isaiah 33:3, at the noise of tumult, Hammon, the peoples are fled. At the lifting up of thyself, the nations are scattered. He removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Haman, the great prince, when he sees Tutrosiel, the great prince, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Tutrosiel H, the high great prince, when he sees Atrugiel, the great prince, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Atrugiel, the great prince, when he sees Naaririel, the great prince, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Naaririel, the great prince, when he sees Saznigiel, the great prince, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Saznigiel, when he sees Zazriel, the great prince, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Zazriel, the prince, when he sees Gaburatael, the prince, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Gaburatael, the prince, when he sees Araphael, the prince, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Araphael, the prince, when he sees Ashruilu, the prince, who presides in all the sessions of the children of heaven, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Ashruilu, the prince, when he sees Galasur, or H, the prince, who reveals all the secrets of the law, Torah, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Galasur, H, the prince, when he sees Zakzakael, the prince who is appointed to write down the merits of Israel on the throne of glory, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And Zazkael H, the great prince, when he sees Anaphiel H, the prince who keeps the keys of the heavenly halls, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. Why is he called by the name of Anaphiel? Because the bow of his honor and majesty and his crown and his splendor and his brilliance covers and overshadows all the chambers of Araboth Rechia on high, even as the maker of the world doth overshadow them. Just as it is written with regard to the maker of the world, in Habitations 3:3, his glory covered the heavens, and the earth was full of his praise. Even so do the honor and majesty of Anaphiel cover all the glories of Araboth the highest. And when he sees Sother Ashael, the prince, the great, fearful, and honored one, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. Why is he called Sother Ashael? Because he is appointed over the 4 heads of the fiery river. And every single prince who goes out or enters before the Shekinah goes out or enters only by his permission. For the seals of the fiery river are entrusted to him. And furthermore, his height is 7,000 myriads of parasangs. And he stirs up the fire of the river. And he goes out and enters before the Shekinah to expound what is written or recorded concerning the inhabitants of the world, according as it is written in Daniel 7:10. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. And Sother Ashael the prince, when he sees Shoched Chozi, the great prince, the mighty, terrible, and honored one, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls upon his face. And why is he called Shoched Chozi? Because he weighs all the merits of man in a balance in the presence of the Holy One. Blessed be he. And when he sees Zahanpuryu, the great prince, the mighty and terrible one, honored, glorified, and feared in all the heavenly household, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. Why is he called Zahanpuryu? Because he rebukes the fiery river and pushes it back to its place. And when he sees Azbuga, the great prince, glorified, revered, honored, adorned, wonderful, exalted, beloved, and feared among all the great princes who know the mystery of the throne of glory, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. Why is he called Azbuga? Because in the future he will gird or clothe the righteous and pious of the world with the garments of life, and wrap them in the cloak of life, that they may live in them an eternal life. And when he sees the 2 great princes, the strong and glorified ones who are standing above him, he removes the crown of glory from his head and falls on his face. And these are the names of the 2 princes, Sophariel, Kilath. or Sophariel the killer, who killeth, is the great prince, the honored, the glorified, blameless, venerable, ancient and mighty one. And Sophariel, who maketh alive, Sophariel H, the life giver, the great prince, the honored, glorified, blameless, ancient and mighty one. Why is he called Sophariel who killeth, or Sophariel the killer? Because he is appointed over the books of the dead, so that everyone, when the day of his death draws nigh, he writes them in the books of the dead. And why is he called Sophariel who maketh alive, or Sophariel the life giver? Because he is appointed over the books of the living of life, so that every one whom the Holy One, blessed be he, will bring into life, he writes him in the book of the living of life. By authority of Makcham. Thou might perhaps say, since the Holy One, blessed be he, is sitting on a throne, they also are sitting when writing. Answer. The scripture teaches us, 1 Kings 22:19 and 2 Chronicles 18:18, and all the host of heaven are standing by him. The host of heaven, it is said, in order to show us that even the great princes, none like whom there is in the high heavens, do not fulfill the requests of the Shekinah otherwise than standing. But how is it possible that they are able to write when they are standing? It is like this. One is standing on the wheels of the tempest, and the other is standing on the wheels of the storm wind. The one is clad in kingly garments, the other is clad in kingly garments. The one is wrapped in a mantle of majesty, and the other is wrapped in a mantle of majesty. The one is crowned with a royal crown, and the other is crowned with a royal crown. The one's body is full of eyes, and the other's body is full of eyes. The appearance of one is like unto the appearance of lightnings, and the appearance of the other is like unto the appearance of lightnings. The eyes of the one are like the sun in its might, and the eyes of the other are like the sun in its might. The one's height is like the height of the 7 heavens, and the other's height is like the height of the 7 heavens. The wings of the one are as many as the days of the year, and the wings of the other are as many as the days of the year. The wings of the one extend over the breadth of Rekia, and the wings of the other extend over the breadth of Rekia. The lips of the one are as the gates of the east, and the lips of the other are as the gates of the east. The tongue of the one is as high as the waves of the sea, and the tongue of the other is as high as the waves of the sea. From the mouth of the one a flame goes forth, and from the mouth of the other a flame goes forth. From the mouth of the one go forth lightnings, and from the mouth of the other there go forth lightnings. From the sweat of the one fire is kindled, and from the perspiration of the other fire is kindled. From the one's tongue a torch is burning, and from the tongue of the other a torch is burning. On the head of the one there is a sapphire stone, and upon the head of the other there is a sapphire stone. On the shoulders of the one there is a wheel of a swift cherub, and on the shoulders of the other there is a wheel of a swift cherub. One has in his hand a burning scroll, the other has in his hand a burning scroll. The one has in his hand a flaming style, the other has in his hand a flaming style. The length of the scroll is 3,000 myriads of parasangs. The size of the style is 3,000 myriads of parasangs. The size of every single letter that they write is 365 parasangs. Chapter 19. Rikbaal, the prince of the wheels of the Merkabah, the surroundings of the Merkabah, the commotion among the angelic hosts at the time of the Kedusha. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, above these 3 angels, these great princes, there is one prince, distinguished, honored, noble, glorified, adorned, fearful, valiant, strong, great, magnified, glorious, crowned, wonderful, exalted, blameless, beloved, lordly, high and lofty, ancient and mighty, like unto whom there is none among the princes. His name is Rikbaal, the great and revered prince who is standing by the Merkabah. And why is he called Rikbaal? Because he is appointed over the wheels of the Merkabah, and they are given in his charge. And how many are the wheels? 8, 2 in each direction, and there are 4 winds compassing them round about. And these are their names, the storm wind, the tempest, the strong wind, and the wind of earthquake. and under them 4 fiery rivers are continually running, 1 fiery river on each side, and round about them between the rivers 4 clouds are planted, or placed, and these they are, clouds of fire, clouds of lamps, clouds of coal, clouds of brimstone, and they are standing over against their wheels. And the feet of the Chaoth are resting upon the wheels, and between one wheel and the other earthquake is roaring, and thunder is thundering. And when the time draws nigh for the recital of the song, then the multitudes of wheels are moved, the multitude of clouds tremble, all the chieftains, Shalishim, are made afraid, all the horsemen, Perishim, do rage, all the mighty ones, Giborim, are excited, all the hosts, Sebaim, are affrighted, all the troops, Gedudim, are in fear, all the appointed ones, Memunim, haste away, all the princes, Sarim, and armies, Kaelim, are dismayed, all the servants, Meshetatim, do faint, and all the angels, Malachim, and divisions, Degalim, travail with pain. And one wheel makes a sound to be heard to the other, and one cherub to the other, one Kaya to another, one seraph to another, saying, Psalms, LXV, extol to him that rideth in Araboth, by his name Jah, and rejoice before him. Chapter 20. Cheliel, the prince of the Chaoth. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, Above these there is one great and mighty prince. His name is Cheliel, a noble and revered prince, a glorious and mighty prince, a great and revered prince, a prince before whom all the children of heaven do tremble, a prince who is able to swallow up the whole earth in one moment at a mouthful. And why is he called Cheliel? Because he is appointed over the holy Chaoth, and smites the Chaoth with lashes of fire, and glorifies them, when they give praise and glory and rejoicing. And he causes them to make haste to say, Holy, and blessed be the glory of H, from his place, i.e., the Kedushin. Chapter 21. The Chaoth. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, 4 are the Chaoth, corresponding to the 4 winds. Each Chaya is as the space of the whole world, and each one has 4 faces, and each face is as the face of the east. Each one has 4 wings, and each wing is like the cover or roof of the universe. And each one has faces in the middle of faces, and wings in the middle of wings. The size of the faces is as the size of 248 faces, and the size of the wings is as the size of 365 wings. And every one is crowned with 2,000 crowns on his head, and each crown is like unto the bow in the cloud, and its splendor is like unto the splendor of the globe of the sun. And the sparks that go forth from every one are like the splendor of the morning star, the planet Venus, in the east. Chapter 22:1. Kerubael, the prince of the Chembim. Description of the cherubim. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, Above these there is one prince, noble, wonderful, strong, and praised with all kinds of praise. His name is Kerubael, a mighty prince, full of power and strength, a prince of highness, and highness is with him, a righteous prince, and righteousness is with him, a holy prince, and holiness is with him, a prince glorified by 1,000 hosts, exalted by 10,000 armies. At his wrath the earth trembles, at his anger the camps are moved. From fear of him the foundations are shaken, at his rebuke the Araboth do tremble. His stature is full of burning coals. The height of his stature is as the height of 7 heavens, the breadth of his stature is as the wideness of the 7 heavens, and the thickness of his stature is as the 7 heavens. The opening of his mouth is like a lamp of fire. His tongue is a consuming fire. His eyebrows are like unto the splendor of the lightning. His eyes are like sparks of brilliance. His countenance is like a burning fire. And there is a crown of holiness upon his head, on which crown the explicit name is graven, and lightnings go forth from it, and the bow of Shekinah is between his shoulders. And his sword is like unto a lightning, and upon his loins there are arrows like unto a flame. And upon his armor and shield there is a consuming fire, and upon his neck there are coals of burning juniper, and also round about him there are coals of burning juniper. And the splendor of Shekinah is on his face, and the horns of majesty on his wheels, and a royal diadem upon his skull. And his body is full of eyes, and wings are covering the whole of his high stature. The height of his stature is all wings. On his right hand a flame is burning, and on his left a fire is glowing, and coals are burning from it, and firebrands go forth from his body, and lightnings are cast forth from his face. With him there is always thunder upon thunder, earthquake upon an earthquake. And the two princes of the Merkabah are together with him. Why is he called Cherubile, the prince? Because he is appointed over the chariot of the cherubim, and the mighty cherubim are given in his charge. And he adorns the crowns on their heads and polishes the diadem upon their skull. He magnifies the glory of their appearance, and he glorifies the beauty of their majesty, and he increases the greatness of their honor. He causes the song of their praise to be sung. He intensifies their beautiful strength. He causes the brilliance of their glory to shine forth. He beautifies their goodly mercy and loving kindness. He frames the fairness of their radiance. He makes their merciful beauty even more beautiful. He glorifies their upright majesty. He extols the order of their praise, to establish the dwelling place of him who dwelleth on the cherubim. And the cherubim are standing by the holy Chiath, and their wings are raised up to their heads, are as the height of their heads. And Shekinah is resting upon them, and the brilliance of the glory is upon their faces, and song and praise in their mouth, and their hands are under their wings, and their feet are covered by their wings, and horns of glory are upon their heads, and the splendor of Shekinah on their face, and Shekinah is resting upon them, and sapphire stones are round about them, and columns of fire on their four sides, and columns of firebrands beside them. There is one sapphire on one side, and another sapphire on another side, and under the sapphires there are coals of burning juniper. And one cherub is standing in each direction, but the wings of the cherubim compass each other above their skulls in glory, and they spread them to sing with them a song to him that inhabiteth the clouds, and to praise with them the fearful majesty of the King of Kings. And Cherubiel, the prince who is appointed over them, he arrays them in comely, beautiful, and pleasant orders, and he exalts them in all manner of exaltation, dignity, and glory. And he hastens them in glory and might to do the will of their Creator every moment. For above their lofty heads abides continually the glory of the High King, who dwelleth on the cherubim. Chapter 22b, additional. And there is a court before the throne of glory, which no seraph nor angel can enter, and it is 36,000 myriads of parasangs, as it is written, Isaiah 7:2. And the seraphim are standing above him, the last word of the scriptural passage being Lamech Vav, numerical value 36. And as the numerical value Lamech Vav 36, the number of the bridges there, and there are 24 myriads of wheels of fire, and the ministering angels are 12,000 myriads, and there are 12,000 rivers of hail, and 12,000 treasuries of snow. And in the 7 halls are chariots of fire and flames without reckoning, or end, or searching. Rabbi Ishmael said to me, Metatron the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, How are the angels standing on high? Pi said, Like a bridge that is placed over a river, so that every one can pass over it. Likewise a bridge is placed from the beginnings of the entry to the end. And 3 ministering angels surround it and utter a song before Yahweh, the God of Israel. And there are standing before it lords of dread and captains of fear, 1,000 times 1,000 and 10,000 times 10,000 in number, and they sing praise and hymns before Yahweh, the God of Israel. Numerous bridges are there, bridges of fire and numerous bridges of hail, Also numerous rivers of hail, numerous treasuries of snow, and numerous wheels of fire. And how many are the ministering angels? 12,000 myriads, 6,000 myriads above and 6,000 myriads below. And 12,000 are the treasuries of snow, 6 above and 6 below. And 24 myriads of wheels of fire, 12 myriads above and 12 myriads below. And they surround the bridges and the rivers of fire and the rivers of hail. And there are numerous ministering angels forming entries for all the creatures that are standing in the midst thereof, corresponding to, over against, the pass of Rekia Shamayim. What doeth Yahweh, the God of Israel, the King of glory? The great and fearful God, mighty in strength, doth cover his face. In Arabah are 660,000 myriads of angels of glory, standing over against the throne of glory, and the divisions of flaming fire. And the King of glory doth cover his face, for else the Araboth Rekia would be rent asunder in its midst because of the majesty, splendor, beauty, radiance, loveliness, brilliancy, brightness, and excellency of the appearance of the Holy One. Blessed be he. There are numerous ministering angels performing his will, numerous kings, numerous princes in the Araboth of his delight, angels who are revered among the rulers in heaven, distinguished, adorned with song, and bringing love to remembrance, who are affrighted by the splendor of the Shekinah, and their eyes are dazzled by the shining beauty of their king. Their faces grow black, and their strength doth fail. There go forth rivers of joy, streams of gladness, rivers of rejoicing, streams of triumph, rivers of love, streams of friendship, another reading, of commotion, and they flow over and go forth before the throne of glory, and wax great, and go through the gates of the pass of Araboth Rekia, at the voice of the shouting and music of the Kayath, at the voice of the rejoicing of the timbrels of his Ophanim, and at the melody of the cymbals of his cherubim. And they wax great, and go forth with commotion, with the sound of the hymn, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. Chapter 22c. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the prince of the present, said to me, What is the distance between one bridge and another? 12 myriads of parasangs. Their ascent is 12 myriads of parasangs, and their descent 12 myriads of parasangs. The distance between the rivers of dread and the rivers of fear is 22 myriads of parasangs. Between the rivers of hail and the rivers of darkness, 36 myriads of parasangs. Between the chambers of lightnings and the clouds of compassion, 42 myriads of parasangs. Between the clouds of compassion and the Merkabah, 84 myriads of parasangs. Between the Merkabah and the cherubim, 148 myriads of parasangs. Between the cherubim and the Ophanim, 24 myriads of parasangs. Between the Ophanim and the chambers of chambers, 24 myriads of parasangs. Between the chambers of chambers and the holy Kayath, 40,000 myriads of parasangs. Between one wing of the Cheoth and another, 12 myriads of parasangs. And the breadth of each one wing is of that same measure. And the distance between the holy Kayath and the throne of glory is 30,000 myriads of parasangs. And from the foot of the throne to the seat there are 40,000 myriads of parasangs. And the name of him that sitteth on it, let the name be sanctified. And the arches of the bow are set above the Araboth, and they are 1,000 and 10,000 times 10,000 of parasangs high. Their measure is after the measure of the Irin and Kadishin, the watchers and holy ones. As it is written in Genesis 9:13, My bow I have set in the cloud. It is not written here, I will set, but I have set, i.e. already. Clouds that surround the throne of glory. As his clouds pass by, the angels of hail turn into burning coal. And a fire of the voice goes down from by the holy Cheoth, and because of the breadth of that voice they run. Ezekiel 1:14. And because of the breadth of that voice they run to another place, fearing lest it command them to go. Ezekiel 1:14. And they return, lest it injure them from the other side. Therefore they run and return, Ezekiel 1:14. And these arches of the bow are more beautiful and radiant than the radiance of the sun during the summer solstice. And they are whiter than a flaming fire, and they are great and beautiful. Above the arches of the bow are the wheels of the Ophanim. Their height is 1,000 and 10,000 times 10,000 units of measure, after the measure of the seraphim, and the troops Gedudim. Chapter 23. The winds blowing under the wings of the Chembim. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, There are numerous winds blowing under the wings of the cherubim. There blows the brooding wind, as it is written Genesis 1:2, and the wind of God was brooding upon the face of the waters. There blows the strong wind, as it is said Exodus 14:21. And the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night. There blows the east wind, as it is written Exodus 10:13. The east wind brought the locusts. There blows the wind of quails, as it is written Numbers 11:31. And there went forth a wind from the Lord and brought quails. There blows the wind of jealousy, as it is written Numbers 5:14. And the wind of jealousy came upon him. There blows the wind of earthquake, as it is written 1 Kings 19:1 and 1. And after that the wind of the earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. There blows the wind of H, as it is written Exodus 37:1. And he carried me out by the wind of H and set me down. There blows the evil wind, as it is written 1 Samuel 16:23. And the evil wind departed from him. There blow the wind of wisdom, and the wind of understanding, and the wind of knowledge, and the wind of fear of him, as it is written Isaiah 11:2. And the wind of him shall rest upon him, and the wind of wisdom and understanding, the wind of counsel and might, the wind of knowledge and of fear. There blows the wind of rain, as it is written Providence 25:23. The north wind bringeth forth rain. There blows the wind of lightnings, as it is written Jeremiah 10:13, 16. He maketh lightnings for the rain, and bringeth forth the wind out of his treasuries. There blows the wind, breaking the rocks, as it is written in 1 Kings 19. The Lord passed by, and a great and strong wind rent the mountains, and brake in pieces the rocks before the Lord. There blows the wind of assuagement of the sea, as it is written in Genesis 8:1. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. There blows the wind of wrath, as it is written Job 1:19. And behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness, and smote the four corners of the house, and it fell. There blows the storm wind, as it is written Psalms, storm wind fulfilling his word. And Satan is standing among these winds, for storm wind is nothing else but Satan. And all these winds do not blow but under the wings of the cherubim, as it is written Psalms. And he rode upon a cherub and did fly, yea, and he flew swiftly upon the wings of the wind. And whither go all these winds? The scripture teaches us that they go out from under the wings of the cherubim and descend on the globe of the sun, as it is written, The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. It turneth about continually in its course, and the wind returneth again to its circuits. And from the globe of the sun they return and descend upon the rivers and the seas, upon the mountains and upon the hills. As it is written, For lo, he that formeth the mountains and createth the wind. And from the mountains and the hills they return and descend to the seas and the rivers, and from the seas and the rivers they return and descend upon the cities and provinces. And from the cities and provinces they return and descend into the garden. And from the garden they return and descend to Eden, as it is written, Genesis 3:8, walking in the garden in the wind of day. And in the midst of the garden they join together and blow from one side to the other, and are perfumed with the spices of the garden, even from its remotest parts, until they separate from each other, and, filled with the scent of the pure spices, they bring the odor from the remotest parts of Eden, and the spices of the garden to the righteous and godly, who in the time to come shall inherit the Garden of Eden, and the tree of life. As it is written, Awake, O north wind, and come thou south. Blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden, and eat his precious fruits. Chapter 24. The different chariots of the Holy One. Blessed be he. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, the glory of all heaven, said to me, Numerous chariots has the Holy One. Blessed be he. He has the chariots of the cherubim, as it is written, Psalms and 2 Samuels, and he rode upon a cherub and did fly. He has the chariots of wind, as it is written, and he flew swiftly upon the wings of the wind. He has the chariots of the swift cloud, as it is written in Isaiah 19:1. Behold, the Lord rideth upon a swift cloud. He has the chariots of clouds, as it is written in Exodus, Lo, I came unto thee in a cloud. He has the chariots of the altar, as it is written, I saw the Lord standing upon the altar. He has the chariots of Ribotaim, as it is written in Psalms. The chariots of God are Ribotaim, thousands of angels. He has the chariots of the tent, as it is written in Deuteronomy. And the Lord appeared in the tent in a pillar of cloud. He has the chariots of the tabernacle, as it is written in Leviticus. And the Lord spake unto him out of the tabernacle. He has the chariots of the mercy seat, as it is written in Numbers. Then he heard the voice speaking unto him from upon the mercy seat. He has the chariots of sapphire stone, as it is written in Exodus 24:10. And there was under his feet as it were a paved work of sapphire stone. He has the chariots of eagles, as it is written Exodus 19:4. I bear you on eagle's wings. Eagles literally are not meant here, but they that fly swiftly as eagles. He has the chariots of shout, as it is written in Psalms. God is gone up with a shout. He has the chariots of Arabboth, as it is written in Psalms 78:5. Extol him that rideth upon the Arabboth. He has the chariots of thick clouds, as it is written in Psalms 104:3, who maketh the thick clouds his chariot. He has the chariots of the Chaoth, as it is written in Ezekiel 1:14, and the Chaoth ran and returned. They run by permission and return by permission, for Shekinah is above their heads. He has the chariots of wheels, the Galgalim, as it is written in Ezekiel 10:2, and he said, Go in between the whirling wheels. He has the chariots of a swift cherub, as it is written in Psalms 18:10 and Isaiah 19:1, riding on a swift cherub. At the time when he rides on a swift cherub, as he sets one of his feet upon him, before he sets the other foot upon his back, he looks through 18,000 worlds at one glance, and he discerns and sees into them all, and knows what is in all of them. And then he sets down the other foot upon him, according as it is written, Ezekiel XLV III 35, round about 18,000. Whence do we know that he looks through every one of them every day? It is written in Psalms 14:2. He looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek after God. He has the chariots of the Ophanim, as it is written, Ezekiel 10:12, and the Ophanim were full of eyes round about. He has the chariots of his holy throne, as it is written in Psalms XLVII 8, God sitteth upon his holy throne. He has the chariots of the throne of Yah, as it is written in Exodus 17:16, because a hand is lifted up upon the throne of Yah. He has the chariots of the throne of judgment, as it is written in Isaiah 5:16. But the Lord of hosts shall be exalted in judgment. He has the chariots of the throne of glory, as it is written, Jeremiah 17:12. The throne of glory, set on high from the beginning, is the place of our sanctuary. He has the chariots of the high and exalted throne, as it is written in Isaiah 6:1. I saw the Lord sitting upon the high and exalted throne. Chapter 25. Ophaniel, the prince of the Ophanim. Description of the Ophanim. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, Above these there is one great prince, revered, high, lordly, fearful, ancient, and strong. Ophaniel is his name. He has 16 faces, 4 faces on each side, also 100 wings on each side, and he has 8,466 eyes, corresponding to the days of the year, 2,190, and some say 2,116 on each side, 2191 and 2196, and 16 on each side. And those 2 eyes of his face, in each one of them lightnings are flashing, and from each one of them firebrands are burning, and no creature is able to behold them, for anyone who looks at them is burnt instantly. His height is as the distance of 2,500 years' journey. No eye can behold, and no mouth can tell the mighty power of his strength, save the King of Kings, the Holy One. Blessed be he alone. Why is he called Ophaniel? Because he is appointed over the Ophanim, and the Ophanimer given in his charge. He stands every day and attends and beautifies them. And he exalts and orders their apartment, and polishes their standing place, and makes bright their dwellings, makes their corners even, and cleanses their seats. And he waits upon them early and late, by day and by night, to increase their beauty, to make great their dignity, and to make them diligent in praise of their Creator. And all the Ophanim are full of eyes, and they are all full of brightness. 72 sapphire stones are fixed on their garments on their right side, and 72 sapphire stones are fixed on their garments on their left side. And 4 carbuncle stones are fixed on the crown of every single one, the splendor of which proceeds in the 4 directions of Erebath, even as the splendor of the globe of the sun proceeds in all the directions of the universe. And why is it called carbuncle, or baraket? Because its splendor is like the appearance of a lightning, a barak, and tents of splendor, tents of brilliance, tents of brightness, as of sapphire and carbuncle, enclose them, because of the shining appearance of their eyes. Chapter 26. Seraphiel, the prince of the seraphim. Description of the seraphim. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, Above these there is one prince, wonderful, noble, great, honorable, mighty, terrible, a chief and a leader, and a swift scribe, glorified, honored, and beloved. He is altogether filled with splendor, full of praise and shining, and he is wholly full of brilliance, of light, and of beauty, and the whole of him is filled with goodliness and greatness. His countenance is altogether like that of angels, but his body is like an eagle's body. His splendor is like unto lightnings, his appearance like firebrands, his beauty like unto sparks, his honor like fiery coals, his majesty like cashmals, his radiance like the light of the planet Venus. The image of him is like unto the greater light. His height is as the 7 heavens. The light from his eyebrows is like the 7-fold light. The sapphire stone upon his head is as great as the whole universe, and like unto the splendor of the very heavens in radiance. His body is full of eyes like the stars of the sky, innumerable and unsearchable. Every eye is like the planet Venus, yet there are some of them like the lesser light, and some of them like unto the greater light. From his ankles to his knees they are like unto the stars of lightning, from his knees to his thighs like unto the planet Venus, from his thighs to his loins like unto the moon, from his loins to his neck like the sun, from his neck to his skull like unto the light imperishable. The crown on his head is like unto the splendor of the throne of glory. The measure of the crown is the distance of 502 years' journey. There is no kind of splendor, no kind of brilliance, no kind of radiance, no kind of light in the universe, but is fixed on that crown. The name of that prince is Seraphiel H, and the crown on his head, its name is the Prince of Peace. And why is he called by the name of Seraphiel? Because he is appointed over the seraphim, and the flaming seraphim are given in his charge. And he presides over them by day and by night, and teaches them song, praise, proclamation of beauty, might and majesty, that they may proclaim the beauty of their king in all manner of praise and sanctification, the Kedusha. How many are the seraphim? 4, corresponding to the 4 winds of the world. And how many wings have they each one of them? 6, corresponding to the 6 days of creation. And how many faces have they? Each one of them 4 faces. The measure of the seraphim and the height of each one of them correspond to the height of the 7 heavens. The size of each wing is like the measure of all Rekia. The size of each face is like that of the face of the east. And each one of them gives forth light like unto the splendor of the throne of glory, so that not even the holy Kayath, the honored Ophanim, nor the majestic cherubim, Keruim, are able to behold it. For everyone who beholds it, his eyes are darkened because of its great splendor. Why are they called seraphim? Because they burn, saraph, the writing tables of Satan. Every day Satan is sitting, together with Samael, the prince of Rome, and with Dubael, the prince of Persia, and they write the iniquities of Israel on writing tablets, which they hand over to the seraphim, in order that they may present them before the Holy One, blessed be he, so that he may destroy Israel from the world. But the seraphim know from the secrets of the Holy One, blessed be he, that he desires not that his people Israel should perish. What do the seraphim? Every day do they receive accept them from the hand of Satan, and burn them in the burning fire over against the high and exalted throne, in order that they might not come before the Holy One, blessed be he, at the time when he is sitting upon the throne of judgment, judging the whole world in truth. Chapter 27. Radwariel, the keeper of the book of records. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel of H, the prince of the presence, said to me, Above the seraphim there is one prince, exalted above all the princes, wondrous more than all the servants. His name is Radwariel H, who is appointed over the treasuries of the books. He fetches forth the case of writings, with the book of records in it, and brings it before the Holy One, blessed be he. And he breaks the seals of the case, opens it, takes out the books and delivers them before the Holy One, blessed be he. And the Holy One, blessed be he, receives them of his hand and gives them in his sight to the scribes, that they may read them in the great Beth Din, the court of justice, in the height of Araboth Rakia, before the heavenly household. And why is he called Radvariel? Because out of every word that goes forth from his mouth, an angel is created, and he stands in the songs in the singing company of the ministering angels, and utters a song before the Holy One, blessed be he, when the time draws nigh for the recitation of the thrice holy. Chapter 28. The Irin and Kadishin. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, Above all these there are 4 great princes, Irin and Kadishin by name, high, honored, revered, beloved, wonderful, and glorious ones, greater than all the children of heaven. There is none like unto them among all the celestial princes, and none their equal among all the servants, for each one of them is equal to all the rest together. And their dwelling is over against the throne of glory, and their standing place over against the Holy One, blessed be he. The Urin are 2, and the Kadishin are 2. And how are they standing before the Holy One, blessed be he? It is to be understood that one ear is standing on one side and the other ear on the other side, and one Kadish is standing on one side and the other on the other side. And ever do they exalt the humble, and they abase to the ground those that are proud, and they exalt to the height those that are humble. And every day as the Holy One, blessed be he, is sitting upon the throne of judgment, and judges the whole world. And the books of the living and the books of the dead are open before him. Then all the children of heaven are standing before him in fear, dread, awe, and trembling. At that time when the Holy One, blessed be he, is sitting upon the throne of judgment to execute judgment, his garment is white as snow. the hair on his head as pure wool, and the whole of his cloak is like the shining light. And he is covered with righteousness all over as with a coat of mail. And those Urim and Kadishim are standing before him like court officers before the judge. And they raise and argue every case and close the case that comes before the Holy One, blessed be he, in judgment, according as it is written in Daniel 4:17. The sentence is by the decree of the Urim, and the demand by the word of the Kadishim. Some of them argue, and others pass the sentence in the great Beth Din in Araboth. Some of them make their requests from before the divine majesty, and some close the cases before the Most High. Others finish by going down and confirming or executing the sentences on earth below. According as it is written, Daniel 4:13-14, Behold, an ear and a Kadishim came down from heaven and cried aloud and said thus, Hew down the tree and cut off his branches, shake off his leaves and scatter his fruit. Let the beasts get away from under it, and the fowls from his branches. Why are they called Urim and Kadishim? By reason that they sanctify the body and the spirit with lashes of fire on the third day of the judgment. As it is written, Hosea 6:2, After 2 days will he revive us. On the third he will raise us up, and we shall live before him. Chapter 29. Description of a class of angels. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, Each one of them has 70 names corresponding to the 70 tongues of the world, and all of them are based upon the name of the Holy One, blessed be he. And every several name is written with a flaming style upon the fearful crown, the Kaiher Norah, which is on the head of the high and exalted king. And from each one of them go forth sparks and lightnings, and each one of them is beset with horns of splendor round about. From each one lights are shining forth, and each one is surrounded by tents of brilliance, so that not even the seraphim and the Kayath, who are greater than all the children of heaven, are able to behold them. Chapter 30. The 72 princes of kingdoms, and the prince of the world officiating at the great Sanhedrin in heaven. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, Whenever the great Beth Din is seated in the Araboth Rekia, on high, there is no opening of the mouth for anyone in the world, save those great princes who are called H by the name of the Holy One, blessed be he. How many are those princes? 72 princes of the kingdoms of the world, besides the prince of the world who speaks and pleads in favor of the world before the Holy One, blessed be he. Every day at the hour when the book is opened, in which are recorded all the doings of the world, according as it is written in Daniel 7:10. The judgment was set and the books were opened. Chapter 31. The attributes of justice, mercy, and truth, by the throne of judgment. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, At the time when the Holy One, blessed be he, is sitting on the throne of judgment, then justice is standing on his right, and mercy on his left, and truth before his face. And when man enters before him to judgment, then there comes forth from the splendor of the mercy towards him, as it were, a staff, and stands in front of him. Forthwith man falls upon his face, and all the angels of destruction fear and tremble before him, according as it is written, Isaiah 16:5. And with mercy shall the throne be established, and he shall sit upon it in truth. Chapter 32. The execution of judgment on the wicked, God's sword. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, When the Holy One, blessed be he, opens the book, half of which is fire and half flame, then they go out from before him in every moment to execute the judgment on the wicked by his sword, that is drawn forth out of its sheath, and the splendor of which shines like a lightning, and pervades the world from one end to the other, as it is written, Isaiah 66:16. For by fire will the Lord plead, and by his sword with all flesh. And all the inhabitants of the world, lit those who come into the world, fear and tremble before him, when they behold his sharpened sword like unto a lightning from one end of the world to the other, and sparks and flames of the size of the stars of Rekia going out from it, according as it is written, Deuteronomy 32:41. if I whet the lightning of my sword. Chapter 33. The angels of mercy, of peace, and of destruction, by the throne of judgment. The scribes, verses 1 and 2. The angels by the throne of glory, and the fiery rivers under it. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, at the time that the Holy One, blessed be he, is sitting on the throne of judgment, then the angels of mercy are standing on his right, the angels of peace are standing on his left, and the angels of destruction are standing in front of him. And one scribe is standing beneath him, and another scribe above him. And the glorious seraphim surround the throne on its 4 sides with walls of lightnings, and the Ophanim surround them with firebrands round about the throne of glory. And clouds of fire and clouds of flames compass them to the right and to the left. And the holy Chaoth carry the throne of glory from below, each one with 3 fingers. The measure of the fingers of each one is 800,000 and 700 times 100, and 66,000 parasangs. And underneath the feet of the Chaoth 7 fiery rivers are running and flowing. And the breadth of each river is 365,000 parasangs, and its depth is 248,000 myriads of parasangs. Its length is unsearchable and immeasurable. And each river turns round in a bow in the 4 directions of Areboth Rekia, and from there it falls down to Maon, and is stayed, and from Maon to Zebul, from Zebul to Sheshachim, from Sheshachim to Rekia, from Rekia to Shamayim, and from Shamayim upon the heads of the wicked who are in Gehenna, as it is written, Jeremiah 23:19, Behold, a whirlwind of the Lord, even his fury is gone, yea, a whirling tempest, it shall burst upon the head of the wicked. Chapter 34. The different concentric circles round the Chaoth, consisting of fire, water, hailstones, etc., and of the angels uttering the Kedusha responsorium, or responsorium. Rabbi Ishmael, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, the hoofs of the Chaoth are surrounded by 7 clouds of burning coals. The clouds of burning coals are surrounded on the outside by 7 walls of flames. The 7 walls of flames are surrounded on the outside by 7 walls of hailstones, stones of Et Gabish. The hailstones are surrounded on the outside by stones of hail, stone of Barad. The stones of hail are surrounded on the outside by stones of the wings of the tempest. The stones of the wings of the tempest are surrounded on the outside by flames of fire. The flames of fire are surrounded by the chambers of the whirlwind. The chambers of the whirlwind are surrounded on the outside by the fire and the water. Round about the fire and the water are those who utter the holy. Round about those who utter the holy are those who utter the blessed. Round about those who utter the blessed are the bright clouds. The bright clouds are surrounded on the outside by coals of burning juniper. And on the outside, surrounding the coals of burning juniper, there are 1,000 camps of fire and 10,000 hosts of flames. And between every several camp and every several host there is a cloud, so that they may not be burnt by the fire. Chapter 35. The camps of angels in Areboth Rekia, angels performing the Kedusha. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, 506,000 myriads of camps has the Holy One. Blessed be he, in the height of Areboth, Rekia, and each camp is composed of 496,000 angels. And every single angel, the height of his stature, is as the great sea, and the appearance of their countenance as the appearance of the lightning, and their eyes as lamps of fire, and their arms and their feet like in color to polished brass, and the roaring voice of their words like the voice of a multitude. And they are all standing before the throne of glory in 4 rows. And the princes of the army are standing at the head of each row. And some of them utter the holy, and others utter the blessed. Some of them run as messengers, others are standing in attendance, according as it is written in Daniel 7:10, thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The judgment was set, and the books were opened. And in the hour when the time draws nigh, for to say the holy, Then first there goes forth a whirlwind from before the Holy One, blessed be he, and bursts upon the camp of Shekinah, and there arises a great commotion among them, as it is written, Jeremiah 30:23, Behold, the whirlwind of the Lord goeth forth with fury, a continuing commotion. At that moment 4,000 thousands of them are changed into sparks, thousands of them into firebrands, thousands into flashes, thousands into flames, thousands into males, thousands into females, thousands into winds, into burning fires, into flames, into sparks, into cashmales of light, until they take upon themselves the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, the high, and lift it up, of the Creator of them all, with fear, dread, awe, and trembling, with commotion, anguish, terror, and trepidation. Then they are changed again into their former shape, to have the fear of their King before them always, as they have set their hearts on saying the song continually, as it is written, Isaiah 6:3, and one cried unto another and said, Holy, 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 etc. Chapter 36. The angels bathe in the fiery river before reciting the song. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, at the time when the ministering angels desire to say the song, then Nahar Dinur, the fiery stream, rises with many thousands and myriads of angels, of power and strength of fire, and it runs and passes under the throne of glory, between the camps of the ministering angels and the troops of Ereboth. And all the ministering angels first go down into Nahar Dinur, and they dip themselves in the fire, and dip their tongue in their mouth 7 times. And after that they go up and put on the garment of Machak Samal, and cover themselves with cloaks of Kajmal, and stand in 4 rows over against the throne of glory in all the heavens. Chapter 37. The 4 camps of Shekinah and their surroundings. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, in the 7 halls there are standing 4 chariots of Shekinah, and before each one are standing the 4 camps of Shekinah. Between each camp a river of fire is continually flowing. Between each river there are bright clouds surrounding them, and between each cloud there are put up pillars of brimstone. Between one pillar and another there are standing flaming wheels surrounding them, and between one wheel and another there are flames of fire round about. Between one flame and another there are treasuries of lightnings. Behind the treasuries of lightnings are the wings of the storm wind. Behind the wings of the storm wind are the chambers of the tempest. Behind the chambers of the tempest there are winds, voices, thunders, sparks upon sparks, and earthquakes upon earthquakes. Chapter 38. The fear that befalls all the heavens at the sound of the holy, especially the heavenly bodies, these appeased by the prince of the world. Rabbi Ishmael, Metatron the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, at the time when the ministering angels utter the thrice holy, then all the pillars of the heavens and their sockets do tremble, and the gates of the halls of Ereboth Rekia are shaken, and the foundations of Shachakim and the universe Tebel are moved, and the orders of Ma'on and the chambers of Macon quiver, and all the orders of Rekia and the constellations and the planets are dismayed, and the globes of the sun and the moon haste away and flee out of their courses, and run 12,000 parasangs, and seek to throw themselves down from heaven, by reason of the roaring voice of their chant, and the noise of their praise, and the sparks and lightnings that go forth from their faces, as it is written, the voice of thy thunder was in heaven, the lightnings lightened the world, the earth trembled and shook. Psalms. Until the prince of the world calls them, saying, be ye quiet in your place. Fear not because of the ministering angels who sing the song before the Holy One. Blessed be he. As it is written, Job 38:7, when the morning stars sang together, and all the children of heaven shouted for joy. Chapter 39. The explicit names fly off from the throne, and all the various angelic hosts prostrate themselves before it at the time of the Kedusha. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, when the ministering angels utter the holy, then all the explicit names that are graven with a flaming style on the throne of glory fly off like eagles with 16 wings. And they surround and compass the Holy One, blessed be he, on the 4 sides of the place of his Shekinah. And the angels of the host, and the flaming servants, and the mighty Ophanim, and the cherubim of the Shekinah, and the holy Kayath, and the seraphim, and the Elim, and the Tafsarim, and the troops of consuming fire, and the fiery armies, and the flaming hosts, and the holy princes adorned with crowns, clad in kingly majesty, wrapped in glory, girt with loftiness, fall upon their faces 3 times, saying, Blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever. Chapter 40. The ministering angel is rewarded with crowns when uttering the holy, in its right order, and punished by consuming fire if not. New ones created in the stead of the consumed angels. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, when the ministering angels say holy before the Holy One, blessed be he, in the proper way, then the servants of his throne, attendants of his glory, go forth with great mirth from under the throne of glory. And they all carry in their hands, each one of them 1,000,000 and 10,000 times 10,000 crowns of stars, similar in appearance to the planet Venus, and put them on the ministering angels and the great princes who utter the holy. 3 crowns they put on each one of them. 1 crown because they say holy, another crown because they say holy, holy, and a 3rd crown because they say holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. And in the moment that they do not utter the holy in the right order, a consuming fire goes forth from the little finger of the Holy One, blessed be he, and falls down in the midst of their ranks, and is divided into 496,000 parts, corresponding to the 4 camps of the ministering angels, and consumes them in 1 moment, as it is written in Psalms, XCVII 3, a fire goeth forth before him, and burneth up his adversaries round about. After that, the Holy One, blessed be he, opens his mouth and speaks 1 word, and creates others in their stead, new ones like them. And each one stands before his throne of glory, uttering the holy, as it is written. Lamech 3:23. They are new every morning, great is thy faithfulness. Chapter 41. Metatron shows Rabbi Ishmael the letters engraved on the throne of glory, by which letters everything in heaven and earth has been created. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, Come and behold the letters by which the heaven and the earth were created, the letters by which were created the mountains and hills, the letters by which were created the seas and rivers, the letters by which were created the trees and herbs, the letters by which were created the planets and the constellations, the letters by which were created the globe of the moon and the globe of the sun, Orion, the Pleiades, and all the different luminaries of Rekia, the letters by which were created the throne of glory and the wheels of the Merkabah, the letters by which were created the necessities of the worlds, the letters by which were created wisdom, understanding, knowledge, prudence, meekness, and righteousness, by which the whole world is sustained. And I walked by his side, and he took me by his hand and raised me upon his wings, and showed me those letters, all of them, that are graven with a flaming style, on the throne of glory. And sparks go forth from them, and cover all the chambers of Ereboth. Chapter 42. Instances of polar opposites kept in balance by several divine names and other similar wonders. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the present, said to me, Come and I will show thee where the waters are suspended in the highest, where fire is burning in the midst of hail, where lightnings lighten out of the midst of snowy mountains, where thunders are roaring in the celestial heights, where a flame is burning in the midst of the burning fire, and where voices make themselves heard in the midst of thunder and earthquake. Then I went by his side, and he took me by his hand, and lifted me up on his wings, and showed me all those things. I beheld the waters suspended on high in Ereboth Rekia, by force of the name Yah, Eye, Asher, Eye, Yah, I am that I am. and their fruits going down from heaven, and watering the face of the world, as it is written, Psalms 104:13. He watereth the mountains from his chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of thy work. And I saw fire and snow and hailstone that were mingled together within each other, and yet were undamaged, by force of the name Okela, the consuming of fire, the consuming fire. As it is written in Deuteronomy 4:24, for the Lord thy God is a consuming fire. And I saw lightnings that were lightning out of mountains of snow, and yet were not damaged or quenched, by force of the name Yah Sur Olamim, Yah the everlasting rock, as it is written in Isaiah 26:4. In Isaiah 26:4, for in Yah, Yahweh, the everlasting rock. And I saw thunders and voices that were roaring in the midst of fiery flames, and were not damaged, silenced by force of the name El Shaddai Rabbah, the great God Almighty, as it is written, Genesis 17:1. I am God Almighty. And I beheld a flame and a glowing flames, that were flaming and glowing in the midst of burning fire, and yet were not damaged or devoured, by force of the name Yad El Kes Yah, the hand upon the throne of the Lord, as it is written in Exodus 17:16. And he said, for the hand is upon the throne of the Lord. And I beheld rivers of fire in the midst of rivers of water, and they were not damaged nor quenched, by force of the name Oz Shalom, maker of peace, as it is written in Job 25:2. He maketh peace in his high places, for he makes peace between the fire and the water, between the hail and the fire, between the wind and the cloud, between the earthquake and the sparks. Chapter 43. Metatron shows Rabbi Ishmael the abode of the unborn spirits, and of the spirits of the righteous dead. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron said to me, come, and I will show thee where are the spirits of the righteous that have been created and have returned, and the spirits of the righteous that have not yet been created. And he lifted me up to his side, took me by his hand, and lifted me up near the throne of glory, by the place of the Shekinah. And he revealed the throne of glory to me. And he showed me the spirits that have been created and had returned. And they were flying above the throne of glory before the Holy One, blessed be he. After that I went to interpret the following verse of Scripture, and I found in it what is written. Isaiah, LVII, 16. For the Spirit clothed itself before me, and the souls I have made. That for the Spirit was clothed before me means the spirits that have been created in the chamber of creation of the righteous, and that have returned before the Holy One, blessed be he. And the words, and the souls I have made, refer to the spirits of the righteous that have not yet been created in the chamber, the goof, or the guf, G-U-P-H. Chapter 44. Metatron shows Rabbi Ishmael the abode of the wicked and the intermediate in Sheol. Verses 1 through 6. The patriarchs pray for the deliverance of Israel. Verses 7 through 10. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron, the angel, the prince of the presence, said to me, come, and I will show thee the spirits of the wicked, and the spirits of the intermediate, where they are standing, and the spirits of the intermediate, whither they go down, and the spirits of the wicked, where they go down. And he said to me, the spirit of the wicked go down to Sheol by the hands of two angels of destruction. Zaphael and Simkiel are their names. Simkiel is appointed over the intermediate, to support them and purify them because of the great mercy of the prince of the place, Mekam. Zaphael is appointed over the spirits of the wicked, in order to cast them down from the presence of the Holy One, blessed be he, and from the splendor of the Shekinah to Sheol, to be punished in the fire of Gehenna with staves of burning coal. And I went by his side, and he took me by his hand, and showed me all of them with his fingers. And I beheld the appearance of their faces, and lo, it was as the appearance of children of men, and their bodies like eagles. And not only that, but furthermore, the color of the countenance of the intermediate was like pale gray, on account of their deeds. For there are stains upon them, until they have become cleaned from their iniquity in the fire. And the color of the wicked was like the bottom of a pot, on account of the wickedness of their doings. And I saw the spirits of the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the rest of the righteous whom they have brought up out of their graves, and who have ascended to the heaven, the Rakirf, and they were praying before the Holy One, blessed be he, saying in their prayer, Lord of the universe, how long wilt thou sit upon thy throne like a mourner in the days of his mourning, with thy right hand behind thee, and not deliver thy children, and reveal thy kingdom in the world? And for how long wilt thou have no pity upon thy children, who are made slaves among the nations of the world? Nor upon thy right hand that is behind thee, wherewith thou didst stretch out the heavens, and the earth, and the heavens of heavens? When wilt thou have compassion? Then the Holy One, blessed be he, answered every one of them, saying, Since these wicked do sin to so and transgress with such and such transgressions against me, how could I deliver my great right hand in the downfall by their hands caused by them? In that moment Metatron called me and spake to me, My servant, take the books and read their evil doings. Forthwith I took the books and read their doings, and there were to be found 36 transgressions written down with regard to each wicked one, and besides that they have transgressed all the letters in the Torah, as it is written in Daniel 9. Yea, all Israel have transgressed thy law. It is not written al Torateka, but et Jin Torateka, for they have transgressed from Aleph to Tav. 40 statutes have they transgressed for each letter. Forthwith Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob wept. Then said to them the Holy One, blessed be he, Abraham, my beloved, Isaac, my elect one, Jacob, my firstborn, how can I now deliver them from among the nations of the world? And forthwith Michael, the prince of Israel, cried and wept with a loud voice and said, as in Psalms 10:1, Why standest thou afar off, O Lord? Chapter 45. Metatron shows Rabbi Ishmael past and future events recorded on the curtain of the throne. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron said to me, Come, and I will show thee the curtain of Macom, the divine majesty, which is spread before the Holy One, blessed be he, and whereon are graven all the generations of the world, and all their doings, both what they have done, and what they will do until the end of all generations. And I went, and he showed it to me, pointing it out with his fingers, like a father who teaches his children the letters of Torah. And I saw each generation, the rulers of each generation, and the heads of each generation, the shepherds of each generation, the oppressors or drivers of each generation, the keepers of each generation, the scourgers of each generation, the overseers of each generation, the judges of each generation, the court officers of each generation, the teachers of each generation, the supporters of each generation, the chiefs of each generation, the presidents of academies of each generation, the magistrates of each generation, the princes of each generation, the counselors of each generation, the nobles of each generation, and the men of might of each generation, the elders of each generation, and the guides of each generation. And I saw Adam, his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Noah and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, and the generation of the flood, their doings and their thoughts, Shem and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Nimrod and the generation of the confusion of tongues, and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Abraham and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Isaac and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Ishmael and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Jacob and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Joseph and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, the tribes and their generations, their doings and their thoughts, Amram and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Moses and his generation, their doings and their thoughts, Aaron and Miriam, their works and their doings, the princes and the elders, their works and doings, Joshua and his generation, their works and doings, the judges and their generation, their works and doings, Eli and his generation, their works and doings, Phinehas, their works and doings, Elkanah and his generation, their works and their doings, Samuel and his generation, their works and doings, the kings of Judah with their generations, their works and their doings, the kings of Israel and their generations, their works and their doings, the princes of Israel, their works and their doings, the princes of the nations of the world, their works and their doings, the heads of the councils of Israel, their works and their doings, the heads of the councils in the nations of the world, their generations, their works and their doings, the rulers of Israel and their generation, their works and their doings, the nobles of Israel and their generation, their works and their doings, the nobles of the nations of the world and their generations, their works and their doings, the men of reputation in Israel, their generation, their works and their doings, the judges of Israel, their generation, their works and their doings, the judges of the nations of the world and their generation, their works and their doings, the teachers of children in Israel, their generations, their works and their doings, the teachers of children in the nations of the world, their generations, their works and their doings, the counselors, interpreters of Israel, their generation, their works and their doings, the counselors, interpreters of the nations of the world, their generation, their works and their doings, all the prophets of Israel, their generation, their works and their doings, all the prophets of the nations of the world, their generation, their works and their doings, and all the flights and wars that the nations of the world wrought against the people of Israel in the time of their kingdom. And I saw Messiah, son of Joseph, and his generation and their works and their doings, that they will do against the nations of the world. And I saw Messiah, son of David, and his generation, and all the fights and wars, and their works and their doings, that they will do with Israel both for good and evil. And I saw all the fights and wars that Gog and Magog will fight in the days of Messiah, and all that the Holy One, blessed be he, will do with them in the time to come. And all the rest of all the leaders of the generations, and all the works of the generations, both in Israel and in the nations of the world, both what is done and what will be done hereafter to all generations until the end of time. All were graven on the curtain of Macom. And I saw all these things with my eyes. And after I had seen it, I opened my mouth in praise of Macom, the divine majesty, saying thus, from Ecclesiastes 8:4-5, For the king's word hath power, and who may say unto him, What doest thou? Whoso keepeth the commandments shall know no evil thing. And I said, Psalms, CIV 24, O Lord, how manifold are thy works. Chapter 46, The Place of the Stars, shown to Rabbi Ishmael. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron said to me, Come, and I will show thee the space of the stars that are standing in Rekia night by night in fear of the Almighty Makam, and I will show thee where they go and where they stand. I walked by his side, and he took me by his hand and pointed out all to me with his fingers, and they were standing on sparks of flames round the Merkabah of the Almighty Makam. What did Metatron do? At that moment he clapped his hands and chased them off from their place. Forthwith they flew off on flaming wings, rose and fled from the four sides of the throne of the Merkabah, and as they flew he told me the names of every single one. As it is written in Psalms, He telleth the number of the stars, he giveth them all their names, teaching that the Holy One, blessed be he, has given a name to each one of them. And they all enter in counted order under the guidance of, through by the hands of, Rahatiel to Rekia, Shamayim to serve the world, and they go out in counted order to praise the Holy One. Blessed be he, with songs and hymns, according as it is written in Psalms XIX 1, or Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God. But in the time to come, the Holy One, blessed be He, will create them anew, as it is written in Lamech 3:23. They are new every morning, and they open their mouth and utter a song. Which is the song that they utter? Psalms 8:3. When I consider thy heavens. Chapter 47. Metatron shows Rabbi Ishmael the spirits of the punished angels. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron said to me, Come, and I will show thee the souls of the angels, and the spirits of the ministering servants whose bodies have been burnt in the fire of Macham the Almighty, that goes forth from his little finger. And they have been made into fiery coals in the midst of the fiery river, Nehar Dinur. But their spirits and their souls are standing behind the Shekinah. Whenever the ministering angels utter a song at a wrong time, or as not appointed to be sung, they are burnt and consumed by the fire of their Creator, and by a flame from their Maker, in the places, the chambers of the whirlwind, for it blows upon them and drives them into the Nahar Dinur. And since there they are made into numerous mountains of burning coal, but their spirit and their soul return to their Creator, and all are standing behind their Master. And I went by his side, and he took me by his hand, and he showed me all the souls of the angels, and the spirits of the ministering servants, who were standing behind the Shekinah upon wings of the whirlwind, and walls of fire surrounding them. At that moment Metatron opened to me the gates of the walls within which they were standing behind the Shekinah, and I lifted up my eyes and saw them. And behold, the likeness of every one was as that of angels, and their wings like birds, wings made out of flames, the work of burning fire. In that moment I opened my mouth in praise of Macham and said, Psalms XCII 5. How great are thy works, O Lord! Chapter 48a. Metatron shows Rabbi Ishmael the right hand of the Most High, now inactive behind him, but in the future destined to work the deliverance of Israel. Rabbi Ishmael said, Metatron said to me, Come, and I will show thee the right hand of Macham, laid behind him, because of the destruction of the holy temple, from which all kinds of splendor and light shine forth, and by which the 955 heavens were created, in whom not even the seraphim and the Ophanim are permitted to behold, until the day of salvation shall arrive. And I went by his side, and he took me by his hand, and showed me the right hand of Macham, with all manner of praise, rejoicing and song, and no mouth can tell its praise, and no eye can behold it, because of its greatness, dignity, majesty, glory, and beauty. And not only that, but all the souls of the righteous who are counted worthy to behold the joy of Jerusalem. They are standing by it, praising and praying before it 3 times every day, saying, Awake, awake, put on strength, arm of the Lord, according as it is written in Isaiah IXIII 12 and Isaiah LI 19. He caused his glorious arm to go at the right hand of Moses. In that moment the right hand of Macham was weeping, and there went forth from its 5 fingers 5 rivers of tears, and fell down into the great sea, and shook the whole earth, according as it is written, Isaiah XXIV, or Isaiah 14, 19, and 20. The earth is utterly broken. 1. The earth is clean, dissolved. 2. The earth is moved exceedingly. 3. The earth shall stagger like a drunken man. 4. And shall be moved to and fro like a hut. 5. 5 times corresponding to the fingers of his great right hand. But when the Holy One, blessed be he, sees that there is no righteous man in the generation, and no pious man, chassid, on earth, and no justice in the hands of men, and that there is no man like unto Moses, and no intercessor as Samuel, who could pray before Macham for the salvation, and for the deliverance, and for his kingdom, that it be revealed in the whole world, and for his great right hand that he put it before himself again, to work great salvation by it for Israel. Then forthwith will the Holy One, blessed be he, remember his own justice, favor, mercy, and grace, and he will deliver his great arm by himself, and his righteousness will support him, according as it is written, Isaiah, LIX 16, and he saw that there was no man, that is, like unto Moses, who prayed countless times for Israel in the desert, and averted the divine decrees from them. And he wondered that there was no intercessor like unto Samuel, who entreated the Holy One, blessed be he, and called unto him, and he answered him and fulfilled his desire, even if it was not fit, in accordance with the divine plan, according as it is written in 1 Samuel 12:17, Is it not wheat harvest today? I will call unto the Lord. And not only that, but he joined fellowship with Moses in every place. As it is written, Psalms XCIX 6, Moses and Aaron among his priests. And again it is written in Jeremiah XVI, Though Moses and Samuel stood before me, Isaiah IXIII 5, mine own arm brought salvation unto me. Said the Holy One, Blessed be he in that hour. How long shall I wait for the children of men to work salvation according to their righteousness for my arm? For my own sake and for the sake of my merit and righteousness will I deliver my arm, and by it redeem my children from among the nations of the world. As it is written, Isaiah XLV III, N, For my own sake will I do it, for how should my name be profaned? In that moment will the Holy One, blessed be he, reveal his great arm and show it to the nations of the world. For its length is as the length of the world, and its breadth is as the width of the world. And the appearance of its splendor is like unto the splendor of the sunshine in its might in the summer solstice. Forthwith Israel will be saved from among the nations of the world, and Messiah will appear unto them, and he will bring them up to Jerusalem with great joy. And not only that, but Israel will come unto the four quarters of the world, and eat with Messiah. But the nations of the world shall not eat with them, as it is written Isaiah, HI 10, The Lord hath made bare his holy arm in the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. And again in Deuteronomy 32:12, The Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him. Zechariah 14:9, And the Lord shall be king over all the earth. Chapter 48, continued B. The divine names that go forth from the throne of glory, crowned and escorted by numerous angelic hosts through the heavens, and back again to the throne, the angels sing the Holy and the Blessed. These are the 72 names written on the heart of the Holy One. Blessed be he. SS Sadek, righteousness. Sah Pel Sur. SBI Sadiq, righteous. STHSHN, Sebaoth, Lord of hosts. Keshad, God Almighty. Elohim, God. Yahweh, SH, DGUL or Degul. Vidom, WDOM. SSS, YW, F, HW, HB, YAH, HW, WWW, SSS, PPP, NN, HH, HAY, living. Hay, HAY, Rokeb, Araboth, riding upon the Araboth. Yah, YH, HH, WH, MMM, NNN, HW, HWW, YH, YHH, HPHS, HS1, WSZ, QQQ, Holy, 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 QSHR, BW, ZK, Ginur, Ginuri, Ginuria, Y, Yod, Aleph, HN, PP, RW, YYWY, YYW, BBS, DDD, TTT, KKK, KLL, SYS, XT, BSHKMLW, Bishkimlu. Blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever. Completed for Melech, Ha-ten-lam, the king of the universe, or Hyolam, the king of the universe. Jebralub, the beginning of wisdom for the children of men. Benulk, why, blessed be he who gives strength to the weary and increaseth strength to them that have no might. Isaiah XL 29. That go forth adorned with numerous crowns of fire, with numerous crowns of flame, with numerous crowns of kashmal, with numerous crowns of lightning, from before the throne of glory. And with them there are hundreds of powerful angels, who escort them like a king with trembling and dread, with awe and shivering, with honor and majesty, and fear, with terror, with greatness and dignity, with glory and strength, with understanding and knowledge, and with a pillar of fire and a pillar of flame, and a lightning, and their light is as lightnings of light, and with the likeness of the Kashmal. And they give glory unto them, and they answer and cry before them, Holy, holy, holy. And they roll, convoy, them through every heaven, as mighty and honored princes. And they roll, or convoy, them through every heaven, as mighty and honored princes. As mighty and honored princes. And when they bring them all back to the place of the throne of glory, then all the Kayath by the Merkabah open their mouth in praise of his glorious name, saying, Blessed be the name of his glorious kingdom forever and ever. Chapter 48 continued, Part C, and Enoch Metatron Peace. Alternative 1. 1. I seized him, and I took him, and I appointed him. That is Enoch, the son of Jared, whose name is Metatron. And I took him from among the children of men, and made him a throne over against my throne. Which is the size of that throne? 70,000 parasangs, all of fire. I committed unto him 70 angels corresponding to the nations of the world, and I gave into his charge all the household above and below. And I committed to him wisdom and intelligence more than to all the angels. And I called his name the Lesser Yah, whose name is by gematria 71. And I arranged for him all the works of creation, and I made his power to transcend, or I made for him power more than all the ministering angels. Alternative 2. He committed unto Metatron, that is Enoch, the son of Jared, all treasuries, and I appointed him over all the stores that I have in every heaven. And I committed into his hands the keys of each heavenly store. I made of him the prince over all the princes, and I made of him a minister of my throne over glory. And I made of him a minister of my throne of glory, to provide for and arrange the holy Chayath, to wreathe crowns for them, to crown them with crowns, to clothe them with honor and majesty, to prepare for them a seat when he is sitting on his throne, to magnify his glory in the height. The height of his stature among all those that are of high stature is 70,000 parasangs, and I made his glory great as the majesty of my glory, in the brilliance of his eyes as the splendor of the throne of glory. His garment honor and majesty, his royal crown 500 by 500 parasangs. Alts. Aleph, I made him strong. I took him, I appointed him, namely Metatron, my servant who is one, unique, among all the children of heaven. I made him strong in the generation of the first Adam. But when I beheld the men of the generation of the flood, that they were corrupt, then I went and removed my Shekinah from among them, and I lifted it up on high with the sound of a trumpet and with a shout, as it is written in Psalms, XLVII 6, God is gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. And I took him, that is Enoch, the son of Jared, from among them, and I lifted him up with the sound of a trumpet, and with a terah, a shout to the high heavens, to be my witness together with the Chaoth by the Merkabah in the world to come. I appointed him over all the treasuries and stores that I have in every heaven, and I committed into his hand the keys of every several one. And I made of him the prince over all the princes, and a minister of the throne of glory, and the halls of Araboth to open their doors to me. and of the throne of glory, to exalt and arrange it. And I appointed him over the holy Kayat, to wreathe crowns upon their heads, the majestic Ophanim, to crown them with strength and glory, the honored cherubim, to clothe them in majesty, over the radiant sparks, to make them to shine with splendor and brilliance over the flaming seraphim, to cover them with highness, the kashmalim of light, to make them radiant with light, and to prepare the seat for me every morning, as I sit upon the throne of glory, and to extol and magnify my glory in the height of my power. And I have committed unto him the secrets of above and the secrets of below, heavenly secrets and earthly secrets. And I made him higher than all. The height of his stature in the midst of all who are high of stature, I made 70,000 parasangs. I made his throne great by the majesty of my throne, and I increased its glory by the honor of my glory. I transformed his flesh into torches of fire, and all the bones of his body into fiery coals. And I made the appearance of his eyes as the lightning, and the light of his eyebrows as the imperishable light. I made his face bright as the splendor of the sun, and his eyes as the splendor of the throne of glory. I made honor and majesty his clothing, beauty and highness his covering cloak, and a royal crown of 500 by 500 parasangs, his diadem. And I put upon him of my honor, my majesty, and the splendor of my glory that is upon my throne of glory. I called him the lesser Yahweh, the prince of the presence, the knower of secrets. For every secret did I reveal to him as a father, and all mysteries declared I unto him in uprightness. I set up his throne at the door of my hall, that he may sit and judge the heavenly household on high. And I placed every prince before him, to receive authority from him, to perform his will. 70 names did I take from my names, and called him by them to enhance his glory. 70 princes gave I into his hand, to command unto them my precepts and my words in every language, to abase by his word the proud to the ground, and to exalt by the utterance of his lips the humble to the height, to smite kings by his speech, to turn kings away from their paths, to set up the rulers over their dominion, as it is written in Daniel 2:21. And he changeth the times and the seasons, and to give wisdom unto all the setwise of the world, and understanding and knowledge to all who understand knowledge, as it is written, Daniel 2:21, and knowledge to them that know understanding, to reveal to them the secrets of my words, and to teach the decree of my righteous judgment, as it is written, Isaiah, IVN, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but shall accomplish that which I please. ESA, I shall accomplish, is not written here, but as duch, he shall accomplish, meaning that whatever word and whatever utterance goes forth from before the Holy One, blessed be he, Metatron stands and carries it out. And he establishes the decrees of the Holy One, blessed be he.